I'll let you know, sir. We're live? Okay. Mr. President, good evening. We're live. You can go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council. Madam Clerk, will you call the meeting to order?
Mr. President, roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of November 10th, 2020 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Councilman Charlie.
Present.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mims.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Glass.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Present.
The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Mr. President and Honorable Council Member, this evening we have to render the prayer. The Honorable Dr. Lisa Mins, Councilwoman at Large, and also to lead us in the flag salute, the Honorable Marissa Davila, Councilwoman at Large. We now have the prayer by Dr. Mins.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Councilwoman Davila, for requesting me to do the prayer. Can we pray? God our Father, we thank you because this is the day that you have made, and so we rejoice and we are glad in it. God, we pray now for the safety, we pray for the protection of this city, our county, our state, and this country and the world. We pray even as we are here on tonight doing the business of the city, that you will give us wisdom and guidance. You will give us instruction and enlighten us to that which needs to be seen and that which needs to be uncovered. God, I thank you for the life of the city workers. I thank you for the life of the residents. I thank you for the life of every person on the city council. I pray that you will continue to guide us and to lead us to ensure that we continue to do the work of the great city of Paterson on behalf of the great residents. We thank you for your wisdom. We thank you for your strength. We thank you for your guidance. We thank you for your unity. We thank you for your love. And most importantly, we thank you for your grace and your mercy, which is new every morning. Lead us and guide us into all truth. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 We now have Councilwoman Davila who will lead us in the flag salute.
Flag of our country, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, at this time, I want to have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Madam Clerk, will you read the statement of compliance?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2021, date November 10th, 2020, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021 and about July 1, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2020 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the State County Pulse, Dominicana News, Kisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the municipal council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the municipal council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am. Could we entertain a motion for payment of bills at this time?
Sure, thank you, Council President, Madam Clerk. We have our payment bills in the amount of $11,522,494.34, with the payment to the Board of Education in the amount of $9,082,541.16. There are no payments for sewer.
Your motion, please, Councilman.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by, who seconded?
Sound like Councilman Shirley.
Second by roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $11,522,494.34. Councilman Abdelaziz?
He must have I think he's disconnected somehow.
Okay. All right. Councilman Hardy?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to make a suggestion. If they can identify all these lien payments and interest payments, if they could just identify them next time, so we know who they are for. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
No.
You said no?
Yes, I said no.
Thank you. I didn't see Councilman Jackson. Let me see. Okay. Councilman Mims?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Durant?
Yes, Madam Clerk, yes.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Al Delvey.
Okay, Mr. Councilman Abdelaziz here. Thank you, sir. Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Let the record reflect the current ward is vacant. Therefore, payment of bills in the amount of $11,522,494.34 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, at this time, we're
We
gonna,
have another portion.
We have another payment of bills.
that's right, we have
I would like to make a motion to move the payment of bills for COVID. Payments totaling $108,564.97. All invoices are attached to the COVID payment bills list.
Second.
Discussion.
So moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Davila.
Discussion.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Through the chair, Madam BA, can you tell us how much will be the total remaining in his account?
At this point in time, Councilman, the allocation is being spent. Some of it has been ordered, some of it is being paid for right now. So our full 8.5 million has been allocated.
We're expecting the second help, when that's gonna come.
We have officially submitted that request. I know the county extended the grace until last Wednesday for all the different municipalities to submit, so we hope to hear shortly.
So how much you will be requesting?
Let me pull that up. We have requested an additional about 5.2 million, with about 3.8 of that going to for items for the school district.
Okay, so based on that request, it depends on the ambulance that we are depending that money for purchase the 4 ambulance that we.
No, at this point, actually, the county came back to us and did not approve the ambulance purchase.
Okay, now I got a question, Madam BA, now that we're in that line. Do we receive any kind of, besides the county and the federal government or the county, do we receive any extra funds or grants through the state directly to us?
I'm trying to think if HHS, some of the departments might receive some COVID-specific money, but I think most of it is, the allocations either HUD through CDBG or the various HUD, both on the Health and Human Service side and Community Development side. I think most of it is through the federal government's allocations.
So the administration haven't got nothing directly from the state. The state haven't helped us in any kind of funding or grants.
Yeah, no, in part, I think it's because the state did get an allocation of CARES dollars, and they have opened it up for applications from communities that did not receive CARES dollars through their counties. So I know a lot of other cities are doing it, are applying that way. But, there might be something that I'm not thinking of, but I think majority of our funds are coming through the county CARES or the HUD allocations.
Are you planning to request?
Yes,
Yeah.
Councilman, we're in the process right now of adopting a bills list.
Okay.
If your question, I know is somehow related because it's a COVID bills list, but could we keep any questions related to any payments in this bills list? Your initial question was fine, you asked for a balance, but now it's getting extended to have a lengthy discussion on COVID and any additional resources out there. Could we just stick to the item being discussed?
Well, it's gonna happen because, when I asked the first question that you admitted that it was good, it will open for other questions to make sure that we get something from the state. I understand. Remember, I don't sit in finance, so I had to ask those questions, sorry.
You sit in workshop and you have access to the administration anytime you want, so let's just vote, Madam Clerk. If there's no other question pertaining to any payments, on this bills list, I suggest that we proceed.
In other words, you shut me up.
No, Councilman, I'm politely asking you, we read our bylaws, you'll see that what I'm asking for is something that we should always be doing.
Is that, and this goes to you, Council President, there's some questions that have to be put on the floor to make sure that our employees get the benefit of any question I have if they receive any grants or fund directly from the state, and I will tell you later on why.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $108,564.97. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Charlie?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
Okay, Councilman Jackson. Thank you. Councilman Mitch?
Yes.
Councilman Joyce?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 against. Let the record reflect. I think I'm missing somebody. 4, 3, 7, 8. Yeah. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 against. Let the record reflect the third vote is vacant. Therefore, payment of bills is hereby adopted in the amount of $108,564.97.
Well, Madam Clerk, at the last meeting, we requested from some of the representatives of the entities that are asking for entertainment licenses.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna go and proceed. We have also Sergeant Montoya here, and he's on vacation, and he's a dedicated worker. He decided to call in to this meeting. So we're gonna entertain, we have on the agenda 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52. Now, I wanna know which of the representatives are here. Do we have anyone representing Dr. Cave?
I am here just to let you know, Council President, the Director. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here representing Dr. Cave? On behalf of Dr. Cave? So council members, again, it is not a requirement, but we did ask for the representatives or the owners of this entity to show up today to answer any questions that we might have. I'm still gonna open, the discussion for Dr. Cave. Because it's not normal practice, we just requested that there be, they be here to answer any question. Now, if we have any questions that there's no one to answer, then we will proceed the meeting that we believe, that it would be most prudent. So, Madam Clerk, we're going to handle number 48 at this time.
Council President, may I interrupt a minute?
Yes,
So, the licensing supervisor did email the applicant several times. There were 3 separate individuals that were notified regarding the information and to be in attendance at the request of the council. I don't know if anybody is calling in. It may require a notification to the public to, by the city clerk to allow for a call-in.
so Madam Clerk, what I would do is, I will leave,
Yes, sir.
I will start with number 49 and 50 and leave 48 for last, in case they decide to show up to the meeting.
Yes. Okay, sir. So we do 48 and 49. 49 and 50. Sorry.
That's the representative from Mama Juana here.
Yes.
Do we have a representative from Mama Juana in the meeting?
Yes, the name, they're on here. Apparently, I have to call Ryan.
Is it Miguelina?
Yeah, Miguelina Arch, yeah.
Let me see if I,
You didn't.
actually, she's unmuted now, let me see. Actually, I'm asking to unmute, but I don't know why she's not unmuting.
Let's get Ryan is coming. Let's see if we have
Hello?
Miguelina.
Hello?
They're good now. Thank you.
All right, so
Can you
Miguelina,
hear me now?
yes, we could hear you. So let's proceed
Okay.
with number 49 and 50, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next item on the non-consent agenda is item number 49 and 50. Item number 49 reads, resolution addressing renewal of an entertainment / show license for Little's Enterprise LLC, trading as Marijuana's Cafe 173 and located at 177 3rd Avenue, Building 3B at Route 20 in the Third Ward Finance. Resolution 2646 and item number 50, resolution addressing renewal of a dance hall license for Little's Enterprise LLC, trading as Marijuana's Cafe, located at 177 3rd Avenue, Building 3B at Road 3, the Third Ward Finance. Resolution 2647.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Discussion.
Discussion, Madam Clerk, Councilman Montoya is here, go ahead, Councilman Velez.
I will have Mr. Montoya give us a highlight on this application 48, 49. Then I will make my questions and move forward.
It's 40, sorry, Mr. President, 49 and 50.
Sorry, 49, 50.
Yes.
Mr. Montoya, at this time, just produce your presentation.
Sure. At the city council's request, I prepared a report. The report consists of calls for service from October 2019 to October 2020. The report yielded the following: 33 total calls for service, 3 for a loud party quality of life. The largest amount of calls was 15 for noise complaints, quality of life, 2 verbal disputes, 2 assaults, 2 suspicious persons, 1 accident report with injuries, 1 forgery report. There was 1 COVID-19 inspection that was by the ABC, 1 commercial alarm, 1 structure fire, 1 fight, 1 civil complaint, 1 theft report, 1 miscellaneous report. These are all different dates. I can go into detail as far as the dates, if anyone would like me to do so.
Mr. Montoya, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, the one that structural fire and death report, miscellaneous report is understandable that could happen, anybody put it at risk, and because they want to meet the officer in the closest address. But it's a little bit disturbing when I see Glen Rock listed as a complainant in this report when Glen Rock is way far from Amajuana, even from the corner of 20 Avenue, Route 20, and Hawthorne, and Fairlawn. You know, and it's a little bit discouraged to see that police department is the one calling. So, you know, I understand this resident probably could call. You know, or probably the food wasn't good or whatever. But when
I can add to that.
hold on, Jerry.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Thank you. So the Glen Rock threw me out of the equation to find out why we receiving call from Glen Rock. That Glen Rock is way far, and I don't think the speaker is gonna go out there to disturb the residents of Glen Rock. I just want to know how this is measured and what's going on with this.
So as far as the Glen Rock Police Department calling, that was from 8/17/2020. To be completely honest, I really don't have any clarification as to why they would call. The only other thing that I can say is, for example, we have 3 calls from Fairlawn residents and 1 call from the Fairlawn Police Department. Fairlawn is directly across the river from Amajuana. The Hawthorne resident was one who called on March 1st, 2020, and then the Glen Rock Police Department is on 8/17/20. But as far as Glen Rock, sir, I really cannot go into any detail because I really don't know why they would have called.
The one of the residents, and they call in the middle of the night or the middle of the afternoon.
For the Fairlawn resident, it's on September 5th, 2020, and it's at 11:12 p.m.
Okay.
The second call from the Fairlawn resident is August 29th, 2020. That's at 10:49 p.m. The third call from the Fairlawn resident is February 23rd, 2020 at 6:24 p.m. The Fairlawn Police Department called July 20th, 2020 at 12:51 a.m.
Okay, understanding that they had the rights to use the patio, and the patio they could use loudspeaker, correct?
Correct. They took out a permit for correction. They have a permanent extension of premises for the patio.
All right.
So, Councilman, I have a question. We asked Sergeant Montoya to come here, and we asked these business owners to come here. So, this is not the practice that we had in the past few years, where we actually started drilling call by call, right? I thought it was something specific that was major that we have to discuss here. But when I look at this amount of calls, at least for this entity, what is it, aside from COVID, right? And that was probably at the beginning, when it was not very clear to some of the businesses, because this happened to a lot of places. Even restaurants that I attended the first day that they opened up, didn't have the distancing. But why did we call and we asked Montoya to come here before us? What?
I guess Council President,
What is it that stands out in this report that we need the parties here, that we cannot just analyze it and.
Okay, so let me, I finished with the Montoya report, Council President. This is a custom, I know you haven't dealt with licenses before, but I'm just sitting here in the council wanting you, and this is the process when we have call service.
Council President.
We ask these questions, we ask this question to go with the owner now.
There's no, okay, Councilman, but this week, Councilwoman Davila, please, and then I'll go.
So, you are correct,
Council President.
You are correct, Council President.
Ridiculous.
Normal practice is for us to have a discussion of this nature during our workshop. we have never really done this doing it regular, especially inviting, and bringing the owners before us. We've always had, through the director, he has had Sergeant Montoya come before us in a workshop to discuss any major matters. Year after year, we're approving these applications, and year after year, there's been certain situations with certain entities. So to keep it across the board, we ask if there's any major issues. You have council members from every ward. Councilman Abdul is the perfect example that had a similar situation where there was applications being put before us, and he had stated from what was approved a year ago that anything throughout the year he was going to be monitoring that. So moving forward, he still had issues, and we proceeded, and we all know how that. So what I wanted to say is, you are correct. This is not the forum. I don't know if any other council member agree with me, to call in a sergeant on vacation. I mean, I actually thank him for that. But if there isn't anything that's extreme, I want to hear the extreme. I want to know why we should not. Which on another case, I will say we should have a moratorium, since there's a shutdown now at 10 o'clock. But I'm gonna leave that one there, because I know the rest of the council will have to chime in on that. But right now, we are approving applications. We're looking at year after year. Last year they were approved. What's the difference from this year? If there isn't anything major in a year, 30 calls, I mean,
So,
I
so when I ran for office, that's something that I said, but I didn't understand how 1 week you will ask a specific business one thing, and then the next week, sometimes in the same meetings, right? Sometimes the same businesses come for the same license,
Right.
and you will have the council drill one entity and not the other, with the same different line of questioning. So all I'm saying is, we have Montoya on the line, Sergeant Montoya. Let's proceed. I don't see if we have any other, Councilwoman Cotton. If we have anything else that we.
Council President.
Council President, I haven't finished.
can I just complete my sentence?
Hold on a minute. Councilman Jackson is the floor, then he did ask earlier, and then Councilwoman, could you wrap it up, Councilwoman Davila?
Yes, all I wanted to say is, if I could just, respectfully ask that, if maybe the sergeant, since he's the one that works on the reports, and he was asked by the council and by the administration to do these reports, if maybe he can kind of speak and give his recommendation, or not recommendation, but basically, the information that he gathered within the year.
He already did, with all due respect. On
No,
this,
I don't mean line by line, that's not what I meant. Just an over.
no. So, he already read the report, right? Now, we the council, we could continue the discussion, but we could also act on this one, then we go to the next business.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
So, Councilman, Jackson.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Council President, first of all, I'm trying to understand why we entertaining calls from non-Paterson residents. I thought that the focus was Paterson Police, who's already undermanned, and I know Sergeant does a phenomenal job with following up with all of the ABC licenses that he's responsible for. But I would love to call the bordering police departments on the common practice of them posting up on our borders and writing tickets every day. We're taking calls from Glen Rock residents and Fairlawn residents on behalf of a business that's paying taxes in this community. We're giving them a hard time when these times are hard enough, when we provide no outlet and no relief for them, when there's a consistent moratoriums put on these places, when they don't line up with the state guidelines, state allotted moratoriums, so there's no funding being provided to them. I think this is a very unfair process. If there was a habitual, and to the council president's point, all businesses should not be measured with the same measuring stick. If there was a habitual scenario where on multiple occasions, year after year, there were violations. And when you have establishments that don't have ABC licenses, yet they have entertainment and they're selling alcohol, and they've never had approvals in the past, and they've operated for years and years prior to without a license, I can understand this questioning. But you have a business that's doing the best that it can to provide employment and to continue to pay their rent and their taxes locally, and we're giving them a hard time because someone across the bridge doesn't like the music that they're playing. This is my recommendation is we move forward as quickly as possible and stop wasting the business person's time and allow them to get back to focusing on the work that they have to take care of to maintain their business.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Cotton, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Council President. I would just like to say, and I know how difficult, we are in very, very difficult time. But when I look through some of these calls, and I would say that, the majority of them has nothing to do with the business itself. Look like somebody might have got into a fight, maybe somebody vandalized their car in the parking lot, or, to me, injuries, were they injured in the club or were they injured outside? When I look at some of this, reports on here, to me, most of it do not have anything to do with the business itself. It's the patrons in there. But I know, I can just say to the business owner that sometimes I'm not quite sure if you have security or you have bouncers or whatever you have, that truly can play a key part in making sure that everything is done right, and I can understand, because sometimes people come in here and they're like already gone, and they come in here and they disturb a lot of stuff. So what I'm saying to you, is that I see a lot of the stuff probably happened at the club, but it wasn't the business itself. It was the patrons that came in here. And I gotta say that, the people across the bridge, they probably don't want a pin drop, and they, as soon as they hear one little noise, they're gonna start calling. Especially have them seniors, they really don't wanna hear no type of noise at all. And I can say that, so I think that we need to just to move on with this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So oftentimes people call, and use those businesses as reference. One time I was by Home Depot, and I was, in another lot, and when I called in the officers, I told them, look, by Home Depot. So they posted as Home Depot. A lot of times, an accident happened close to the businesses, and they call it in as, we're close to Mama Juana. So, Council Callis, I believe what I see here is nothing major. It's a nightclub. It's a restaurant nightclub. We're gonna just continue. Councilman Abdelaziz, I know you want the floor. I just noticed your hand. We're just gonna continue after Councilman Abdelaziz speak. We're gonna continue with the vote. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yeah, Council President, I just wanted to agree. So this is a process, and certain council member, I'm not gonna say members, requested all of this. So as we move on to the next application, let's identify that councilman and see his concern. We don't need to, this was requested specifically by specific council members.
Correct.
So let them call them out, let them ask their questions, and we move on. Thank you, Council President.
I agree, Councilman. This is the first time we do this in a regular meeting, and I was expecting something else. So we're gonna take that approach. So let's go, Councilman Velez. I know you requested for the sergeant.
Correct, Council President, and let me tell you something, yeah.
And now we're gonna continue with the roll call, and we're gonna vote on this one, then we're gonna proceed to the next business. What is your concern with this one, Councilman?
Correct, Council President. I requested them to come in, but I didn't realize that we was in a workshop and we were supposed to call them in another workshop. So, because we do our regular meetings and workshop in the web, we lose time and track of when we had to
Okay.
to bring him in. Now, if you notice, I'm not against this business.
No one.
All right, because hold on for a minute. I'm not saying that somebody's saying that I'm saying, Council President, is that you have to give me the 10. See, when you sit there and I sit here, we're the same level. The only difference is that you're the president, I'm the councilman that requested information here. Total different. So when I see 33 calls and I see Mr. Montoya is here and he was kind enough to give us a analysis of those reports, and I even question why we receiving call from an outsider to validate that the owner. Hold on. Oh, you gonna let me speak, or you gonna let me? You gonna come on?
Could you? This business, please.
No, because you stop me and you let everybody speak. Now I'm gonna tell you the response of what you want to know. I have Mrs. Miguelina in the other line, and out of the 33 calls, all right, I'm more concerned about what she's mitigating, how she's dealing with the quality of life, how she's gonna move forward. We have residents, hold on, Council President, you have residents that don't come here to this platform and give complaints, and the first thing is what you councilmen are doing. So now we have the opportunity that the business owners this year to ask them what they doing to improve the quality of life, and at least it's on the record, what is she doing as a good neighbor to move forward? That's it. It's good, and it's going to be a good practice, trust me.
You made a statement, I gave you the courtesy, as council president, I gave you the courtesy as a council person to bring these people in because I thought you had major concerns. You know, we still have two other, this one is in the third ward. That doesn't mean that a fifth ward councilman cannot have a concern with a third ward, business. I'm not stating that. But all I'm saying is, we need to move it along. Let's not waste, Ms. Miguelina's, time, and let's just vote on this, and then we move to the next business.
Mr. Miguelina, are you there?
Yeah, she's here.
Yes, I'm here.
Can we do, roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll calling items numbers 49 and 50 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
I don't see any concerns that were addressed that we didn't address in the workshop that came up, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jordy?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. I know that, that this business over there is doing this, working hard to make sure that it maintains a good business. Sometimes you have people that come into your business that do that purposely to cause problems. And I know it happens a lot. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
I want to thank Sergeant Montoya for coming out today. I didn't hear anything that would cause me to have more questions and not support this at this time. I do know that with COVID-19 and with the closing of the businesses and not at an earlier time, I know that, plenty are being affected. Once again, on this 49 and 50, I did not hear anything that would be detrimental. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Hi, Ms. Miguelina. I am a 20-year resident of the Third Ward. I frequented your establishment many times based on the information that was provided to us on last week, and Sergeant coming from his vacation to be a part of this. I agree with a lot of the dialogue on tonight. I don't see any concerns. You have security there. You do a great job of not allowing them to park in McDonald's parking lot. You're a good neighbor to your neighbors. I commend you for the great work that you're doing. I pray success for your business. I know there's been some loss for a lot of businesses during this time of COVID, and I pray for recovery. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Perez? You're muted, Councilman.
I'm used to getting muted, that's why. Miguelina, thank you for calling 33 calls, and I just want to put on the record that out of 33 calls, probably 3 are related to your business. The other one are not. I know the roadblock you had in the beginning to open this business there. I even encouraged you way before being a councilman to invest in the city of Paterson. So I know you, your family, and your partners in the Mama Juana willing to support your business always, even the other council members probably see it as different. My vote is yes on this application.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Madam Clerk, it's 7:52. We're supposed to have a public portion at 8.
Yes, sir.
We still have Sergeant Montoya here. All we have done is the bills list and one item. The bills list went out of control also. Could we please stick to the matter at hand? Any questions have to be related to the item before us. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 8 in favor. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Both items 49 and 50 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, let's do number.
14.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you.
51 and 52?
Yes, 52, Madam.
Next item on the non-consent agenda, item number 51 and item 52. Item 51, resolution addressing a new entertainment show license for Mancora Lounge LLC located at 89-91 Prospect Street in the First Ward, Finance Resolution 2648. Item number 52, resolution addressing renewal of a dance hall license for Mancora Lounge LLC located at 89-91 Prospect Street in the First Ward, Finance Resolution 2649. There a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Min. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Discussion.
Discussion. Sergeant Montoya, would you like to give an overview of this establishment? Please proceed.
Sure, Council President. The calls for service for this establishment from Ancora are a total of 16. Again, from October 2019 to October 2020. The calls are as follows. The gang quality of life, 3 calls. 1 call for an assault. 1 for an ABC inspection. 2 for a commercial alarm. 2 for fights with weapons involved. 1 involving an accident that's a hit and run. 1 parking violation, 1 blocked driveway, 1 emotionally disturbed person, 2 calls for crowd control, 1 domestic assault within the establishment, and that's the total for the number of calls. But if I may, Council President, if I could just shed a little bit of light on the reports, and I should have said this at the beginning, and for that I apologize. So the reports are strictly for the calls for service. Those are just the calls that come into the police department. The police department takes any calls and they're investigated, whether it's forwarded up to the ABC, Narcotics Division, or any other specialized divisions. And if not, well then they go straight to patrol. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not anything that's taken out of the report. And the way that I compile the reports is completely inclusive of all the calls. So I don't remove any, I don't add any, and I simply provide all of the information so that the council members can make an informed decision.
Thank you.
That's all, Council President.
Thank you, Sergeant. So, council members, any questions? Yes, Councilwoman Davila.
So, Sergeant Montoya, question for you. Have there been any other, in your inspections, any other violations that we should know about? Were they in compliance with their licenses? Is there anything that we should, before considering this application?
There's one instance in where the establishment recently completed a suspension for this incident. However, the incident was from July 1st, 2019. So it's outside of the calls for service for this particular report. I can elaborate.
Can you please elaborate?
Can
Sure.
question though. Okay, we have an ABC board. That's one, right? We have an ABC board. Let's just be mindful that, and again, I'm saying this for all the years watching council meetings for 12 years, how 1 minute we ask questions like this. I'm not saying you're wrong, but we ask questions like this of this business. But then next week we have 3 licenses come up and we don't have the same line of questioning, right? I know we're taking, I just want to keep the
Council
same.
President, if I may, just so you know, we
Hold
can't
on,
have the same line of question when we know that there's certain instances.
Councilwoman, hold on a minute. We have all the calls here for instance, right? Let's give Sergeant Montoya an opportunity to explain what he was gonna explain, but we have all the calls here. If there was a fight or anything else, we will be here. Go ahead, Sergeant Montoya.
Yes, sir. This was an incident actually that resulted from an inspection. It was specifically on the date of July 1st, 2019. The incident involved actually, there was no liquor license on display. They did not have a pool table license, and they had a pool table on the premises. There were windows tinted for the establishment. There was an issue in where 3 people were arrested for hindering a police investigation, and someone was also arrested for lewd activity. And that specifically was because someone vandalized the police vehicle while we were on scene and we were inside the establishment. There was a citation issued for hookah inside, which is smoking indoors, a violation of the state statute. And as a result of that, it went to a hearing with the Office of Administrative Law. And as a result, the establishment pled guilty to no liquor license on display, no pool table license, windows tinted prohibiting view to the interior, hindering a police investigation, and permitting lewd activity. That was done on August 5th, 2020, and as a result, they negotiated a plea for a 10-day suspension that was from October 19th through October 29th, 2020.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Mr. Montoya, you stated that there was a plea and they accept that plea. What was the original offer before the plea? If it was not 10 days.
It was 80 days.
80 days. So as you know, as everybody had attended ABC meetings, I have attended before, you know, this is plea deals with the attorney and the board, and they reduce it from 80 days, agreed to 10 days. So, you know, the amount of work that the ABC department and officers, you know, and the amount of time they take to do their report to make sure they don't lose it any kind of court or fashion in our city is a lot. Is a lot. You know, can I ask you, Mr. Montoya, in one of your operations in this establishment, is any officer was an assault or spit or, you know, whatever in this establishment?
No, sir. What actually happened in this instance was that when we approached the door, they locked the door on us, preventing us from entering. But no officers were assaulted. There was just one vehicle that was vandalized.
Okay, so anybody, any owner was arrested?
No, sir, not the owner. And the manager was not arrested either, sir. No.
All right.
They were patrons.
Okay. Council President, if you want to put this to vote, I know where I stand, so it's up to you.
Yeah, we'll put it up to vote, but I have a question before we go there. Just briefly, we named some incidents that happened in 2019. Did we approve an entertainment license after the accident?
No. There is.
Hold on, I'm asking.
No. Okay.
Council President? No, we did not.
Okay, so let's continue now. let's continue. The representative from, Mancora, want to say a few words.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that this is my friend Javier Perez. Mancora is a family business. He's a mechanic. He has somebody running the business. That person couldn't be here today. That's why they asked me. I'm familiar with the business. I'm not there day to day, and I cannot attest to what happened through the police reports. But uh, everything is up to order now. The ABC renewed their license. So they have no problems whatsoever with that. That's in their belief that's settled. And they were closed for 6 months. They trying to operate. They asking for help, from you guys, so they could keep having this business that they fighting to keep right now because rent is high. They were not open for 6 months. They have a lease until 2023. Landlord wants his money, so it'll be an undue burden if they cannot, do as much, offer as much activities as they can to people. They fight for people to comply. They don't want any more trouble with police, with ABC. They know that they're almost closing down and they could come back now. So they very, very vigilant of activities and behaviors now. They are.
Council President, Council President.
Councilman Velez.
This question more likely for Mr. Montoya. Mr. Montoya, have you visited establishment while COVID-19? Is there any violation while the COVID-19 is on? If they are pending as we speak?
There are no violations pending for the establishment, and no, we actually have not been to the establishment since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic.
All right.
For a majority of the time, they've actually been closed, as the gentleman stated.
All right.
So council members, we're gonna proceed with the roll call, but
Mr. President,
yes, Councilman Jackson.
very quickly, the question is to Sergeant Montoya. Sergeant, is there any,
Yes.
the incidents in question with regard to the police vehicle being vandalized and or any other infraction that took place, was it members of the staff or the ownership that vandalized the vehicle?
No, sir. They were patrons.
So is it a common practice that, I know if there's a fight, there's a report that's made, but if the officers responded to the scene or was there to do an inspection, and then citizens or members of the public who the owners have no control over conduct themselves, and commit a crime or an act, why is that that crime or that action being classified with the license? It wasn't a call for service, so we understand that there's no only calls for service. But if there's an officer on the scene and an infraction took place, it's like if something took place across the street, but now we're going to classify it as taking place at this establishment. Can you lend some clarity on how these infractions are handled?
Sure, sir. So that's actually a good question. The ABC administrative law is slightly, well, it's very different from 2C criminal law. So specific to the business, any action that is derived and is a nexus to the business, including any actions pertaining to the customers, is actually attributed to the license. So, for example, in this particular case, the 4 individuals came out of the establishment. They were highly intoxicated. So the actions that were taken were, or could be attributed, and I'm not going to say it because I wasn't a part of the plea agreement, but it could be attributed to the fact that they were served in the establishment, possibly overserved, And I say that in quotes because I wasn't present during the time that they were inside. But at the time that we encountered them, they were clearly highly intoxicated, and even to the point that they were inciting a riot with the other customers that were coming out of the establishment. So when we write the report, or when I write the report, I specifically state that they were customers and patrons that exited the establishment. Therefore, that's the nexus to the establishment.
Got it. So,
Understood. But what would be what would be nice, and I'm not expressing any displeasure with the reports the way they are, but if there are some mitigating circumstances, and obviously, as you being the reporting officer and the one who reports directly to the council, whatever these infractions are, I think there needs to be a very, strict guideline on the details of the reports that are done, because as council's making decisions on the livelihood and the fertility of these businesses, we need to understand the context of the infractions completely. If they were oversold, there's possibilities where there's and I understand you say you giving testimony that they did come out of the establishment, but if they didn't, or if the owners called the police because people came from another establishment and they don't have an opportunity to control these individuals because of their demeanor. So, I think the details of the report have to be a little more in detail and specific, because if you're not there and when the infraction takes place, but you're taking account to and giving testimony on the actual infractions, we have to figure out whoever's the responding officer to make sure that there's a little bit more details. It would be tough to hold businesses accountable for things that really, because businesses are entitled to call for police assistance as well. They have individuals that are there that are demanding to be served, and or they're being refused to be served, and then they're being asked to leave. Now their business gets an infraction or negative blemish because of something that took place outside. I know the business has to handle everything in the interior, make sure that the things that take place inside, but once those patrons leave the establishment, even when they hire third-party security companies are not police, and they're not going to go out into the street and to the outside of the parking lot and engage in these individuals. So I just want to put that on record, because this could be an issue that can be that can completely be blown out of proportion without any fair just cause to the business owner. I just wanted to make that point.
I'm in agreement 100% with Councilman Jackson. There's a lot of things they cannot control. I've been to other towns, or other towns where I attend establishments, nightclubs, and sometimes you see actually the police department making sure that the time of closure, everybody just move it along and disperse the crowd. There are some things that the business owners should control, but there's some things they cannot control. So that's why some things might be relevant to discuss in the ABC board. But to me, there are some things, I agree with Councilman Jackson. For me to decide on voting on an entertainment license, a lot of these things are not, to me personally, are not things that they can control. Like crowd control, for example. Emotionally disturbed person, all these calls that you get, if there's something that stands out, for example, they're doing illegal activities inside, and things of that nature. When I mean illegal activity, I mean the establishment is doing illegal activities or allowing other people to do illegal activities in the establishment, then that's more relevant. But you know what, let's entertain a roll call at this time, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 51 and 52. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Tahari.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Thomas?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I was on. I just want to say that I understand, with the ABC, it was either make a plea, work out something with the ABC board or go down to Trenton, and which would took 2 years, 3 years maybe. But, he has been down because of the COVID, and like, these landlord, and I can say probably 6% of these businesses in the city here in Paterson do not own the buildings that they're in. They're renting. And during this pandemic, they're still looking for their rent, even though they're not even open. It is such a difficult time. And I just want to say to the business owner, I hear you. I hear that you really gonna do your best to do what needs to be done. I can hear from you because you don't know the calls that I get too about rent on businesses in the city, where we have no control over the rents for businesses. So I know that you're gonna do your best, and I look at some of the calls, some of them has nothing to do with the business at all. So with that being said, I know you're gonna do right. I just feel that you're gonna do right, and I hope that you do right, and that I don't, vote yes, and then you don't do right, and then someone calls me later and says, see, you shouldn't even voted yes, but I have a feeling, listening to you, that you are gonna do right. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Davalos?
I'm gonna start by, apologizing to Sergeant Montoya. Clearly, it is sad that you were called in on a vacation day to come here, prepare reports for us, reports that we request. And, I can't take the people have been closed, COVID. We can't talk about quality of life. If there's something this council, what we can control is these licenses. If people don't have licenses, just like these after hours, right? Like the mechanic shops and the salons and so forth, and we had a discussion, Council President, about possibly what can we do to stop these things from happening, these illegalities. It starts with us. So I can't say, Sergeant Montoya, I need you to, get me the report, come in front of us, testify, as per your expertise and the things that, are detriment to, and again, I know, Council President, I know because you're shaking your head and you're saying, well, what's pertaining to the license? Well, if they don't have a license, an entertainment license or dance hall license, which right now, with COVID and after Thursday, no one can be open after 10 o'clock, and specifically bars. Not even at 25%. You can't have anybody at bar side. So I'm sure that, the business owners know that. The other entity before us, they have, if I heard correctly, a permanent extension, which means they have an outside. They have a different type of license. They pay for that license yearly through the state. With the other establishments that are within, closed in, okay, I just want to apologize, Sergeant Montoya. I really want to apologize because I see how this is going. I think it's wrong. I cannot say I stand for quality of life and issues pertaining and saying that I'm in support of our constituency and when I get phone calls specific to certain entities and certain businesses, right, that there's other illegalities, and obviously if I'm not a witness, I can't speak upon that. But just to know, because I supported in the 6th ward, there was an issue, and there was phone calls to service, and there was some other stuff. Things that were beyond the control of the business owner. But we still took an action, as we've done in the past, we took an action not to support that at this time because of the quality of life issue. So I can't, I can't support this. I apologize. I just cannot. I can't be a hypocrite when it comes to this. This is not about the entities per se. It's about an establishment that has had issues, quality of life, and it starts with us. We can't say we're about quality of life, and on the other hand say, oh, but you know what? Let's go ahead and approve you. Continue business as usual. I can't. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson? Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
I apologize for the delay. I totally agree with Councilwoman Davila from the perspective of the council has to hold people and businesses accountable. Obviously, the administration struggles in certain areas when it comes to holding businesses accountable or people accountable citywide. But in these instances, the council has the ability to exercise its due right to hold businesses accountable. But unlike Councilwoman Davila, I may not be fully abreast to some of the issues surrounding this particular business, so I'm left to deal or to make a judgment based upon the reports that's been given, and that's why I've expressed my concern on making sure that these reports that are given are much just have a little more detail. I too want to apologize to the sergeant because I think that he's taking time out of his day where he could be spending with family, especially on vacation, for something that's a very simple process. So because I have not heard anything substantial with regard to this particular license, I'm left with no other choice. I mean, I've sat here while a previous license holder, and I'm not going to say any names, but was doing business for over a decade and received 150 plus citations that were all dismissed, result more than $60,000 or $160,000, I forget the exact number, and this council still approved an entertainment license, weeks or so before the mayor did a private function there. So if I want to make sure that I'm operating fairly across the board, and I understand the business has obligations, and I'm not on the notion of, well, you have rent to pay. No, if you're not doing the right thing, I'm not willing to support it. But I want to make sure that it is a fair process. So at the moment, I will support this item. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Means?
So first of all, let me thank our sergeant for coming in, the business owners who are here to talk about their business. When you look at the report that was given, it talked about some incidents that happened in 2019. The question was asked recently, do we have the same occurrences? And the answer was no. I'm really grateful that this is a process that happens yearly, that we're able to look through the cost of service, look through the application. We have a licensing department that does their due diligence. But we are in the middle of a pandemic. All of our businesses are really suffering at the hands of none of us, but it's just experience that has taken this world by storm. And so even though there's an uprise in COVID, you have your paperwork, you're trying to do what's right, and you made that commitment, and we've seen that over the last year. So I don't want to be a hindrance to your business. You are in the first ward. I am going to try my best, if COVID allows, to frequent unexpectedly, just to see for myself, what's happening over there. But I don't want to be the blockage for any of our businesses right now that are trying to recover from 7 months of having deficits. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I want to make sure that Al's not coming into the picture.
He's not,
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Councilman Velez?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if I could speak. Mr. Nicola, Mr. Whoever is the license owner of this, I know you have approached me, not you directly, but you have other individuals call me because you want to improve your business in the past. You have used other people to call me because, and I haven't spoke to you in the past. And basically, I relayed a message to you. You could have a direct communication with me. You don't need to use other people to contact me. And since I don't see that my advice was taken seriously, okay, how to run a good neighbor business, and I see that 16 calls came from the last conversation that I have to stand what I think is right. The amount of work that the police officers and the ABC put into bringing the quality of life, calls made by constituents directly to a division to address quality of life in the city of Paterson. When next year I see that you have zero call of service, then I could support you from that point on. Meanwhile, as I said it before, you have used people to call me how to run a business without no problem. You have not proven that. So when you prove that for me in the future with quality of life, I could probably support you in this aspect. And last but not least, it's good that we bring the owners to these questionings and to in front of us, because then they don't have the excuse that we voted without listening to them. At least they had the privilege to come in front of us and explain themselves. Other people in the past week, they didn't have that privilege, and they voted to no their license. So in this case, my vote is no for this application.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So, council members and members of the public, we all are here to address quality of life issues. We all understand that. We have a bigger problem in the city, and over maybe 12 years or more, actually I would say over 20 years, we have all these illegal establishments that operate after hours. And the only establishments that get crucified by this council and scrutinized, let me use the word scrutinize, are the license holders. And I understand they're coming before us and we're supposed to scrutinize them. But why are we not scrutinizing the administrations over the past years? You have people without permanent license, not ABC license, not entertainment license, and I know people that have operated illegal business. I hear of these businesses that are operating illegally for some of them over 10 years. They just go different places. One get closed, they move somewhere else. You have places throughout the city operating illegally. We're all concerned about the COVID and with this and that. At least the businesses that are here with licenses, we could monitor. We could go to make sure that they're abiding by the laws. What are we doing with this this after hours? I bet you we go out Thursday. Actually, no, it's the whole week they do it. We probably find some tonight throughout the city, and Sergeant Montoya is here to testify that there is a lot of after hours activities, illegal establishment going on. So here, I am not here to crucify the business owners. I am voting on what is being presented to me. Now, I advise the council members, just like Councilman Abdelaziz in a previous meeting, received multiple calls from his residents. He put his objection on the floor. You don't wait for the roll call to start, where most of your colleagues already voted, for you to put an objection after we already discussed this for almost 40 minutes now. It's 8:27. We started at 7:50. We exceeded the time that we said that we were going to let the public speak, the general public. And Councilman Velez, I know entertain, bringing the owners here. This would never happen again during a regular meeting. I thought it was something specific that we could just bring to the floor. I didn't want to have a lengthy discussion on any of the establishment. It was either, look, this is the reason why I feel this establishment, we should not we should not basically award an entertainment license or approve an entertainment license for A, B, C, and D, right? Such as the measure that Councilman of the deceased, and I applaud him for taking that action. He basically told the council members, look, I have this business in my ward, and this and this and this and this and this is happening. And guess what? Even if the owner of that establishment would have been here, I would have never changed my vote. And I saw that owner one day after that vote happened, and I told him, look, until you address that issue, we cannot approve an entertainment license. So we're gonna proceed, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
It was just frustrating that, that we have to, spend over an hour and not get anywhere, to be honest. My vote is yes.
Thank you, sir. The vote is 4 in favor, 2 against, 2 absent. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, items 51 and 52 is hereby adopted.
Do we have any representatives from Dr. Cave?
Council President, can you tell the business owners that they're able to, leave the meeting?
Yes, you guys can leave from Ancora. Thank you. Could you read the vote, Madam Clerk?
I did. On 51 and 52?
Yes.
Yes, I said the vote was 4 in favor, 2 against, 2 absent. Items 51 and 52 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Is there anyone from Dr. Cave here, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. President. No, sir.
Is there anything specific?
Yeah, Council President.
Sergeant Montoya, you're here, and Councilman Velez, you can start it off.
Oh, Council President, can I interrupt 1 second, Councilman Velez and Sergeant Montoya? Give me a minute, sir. Council President, in the meantime, can I just announce the number for the public portion while we to see, just for the record? Can I do that now?
Yes,
Okay. For the public portion, the number, if you wish to participate in the public portion for the regular meeting of November 10, 2020, number to dial is 973-321-1579, 973-321-1579, enter code 8326, code 8326, press star 1 to listen to the meeting, press star 2 to leave a recorded comment, press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Council President, I would like to move this licensee to table. The owner is not here. I would like to listen to them, and it's in the 5th Ward. I know when the short time that they was open, there was a shooting in the premises that ended outside. I know that we have residents that called the last time to object this application, to give a fair analysis where we're going with this. I would like to listen to the owners at the workshop, please. This establishment is gonna plan to reopen again. We have 1, 2, 3 schools surrounding this area. Is real.
Yes.
Yeah, unless it's good for you, I don't know. You could do whatever you want, you know what I'm saying?
So Madam Clerk, could we move to table this item?
We can just take it off, Mr. President. We can just take it off and put it for the next workshop if that's the measure of the entire council.
Yes.
And also, now that Mr. Montoya is here, Mr. Montoya, I requested through a memorandum a report of call of service for 3 years.
Councilman, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
How is it a call of service? Is it for discussion at the next, on this item? Because we probably already renewed their license after those calls, or not?
No.
They've been closed for 3 years?
Actually, they opened, and the last time his license was not renewed. And I believe there was a ownership problem, and they was bouncing in owners and this and that. So I know that the person probably in this application is not the same one, or they bouncing back and forth with paperwork. So I don't know, but I know the owner is a 75-year-old individual, and He's
So,
passing the license back and forth.
so you can work that out with Sergeant Montoya later on. Can we proceed to the public portion, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. So with, removing item number 48 for the record, which will be placed on the next workshop.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. He could leave. Enjoy your vacation.
The public portion is,
Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you, Sarge, for all your hard work.
Thank you, Sarge. I appreciate it very much, Sergeant. Thank you very much. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate it.
Now, Council President, I know I know you took this item off the agenda, but if you read the report, I don't know how long this place been closed, but it says no call to service for a whole year.
He's being closed, that's why I found
I
it.
know, he's not even been open, and I just want you to be aware that no call to service, because the man been closed for a whole year. So,
We're gonna entertain it.
we're gonna discuss it at the next workshop, but I'm just saying that was,
Yes.
Council President, and you know what, the other thing to this is also, now we're asking, we were okay with not going over a year with the previous application, now we're asking for 3 years with the other one, so.
Hold on a minute.
I just wanted to bring that up.
I want to entertain this discussion. we're just waiting for the public to log in.
Okay.
But let's have a point. If it's the same management, and they've been closed for a year, let's just say, and we have not issued another license in the past 3 years, then those calls are relevant, because if let's say we approve, so if we approve a license, let's say,
Council President.
is that?
We have, that's why I said, when I asked for the floor, I wanted to say that.
Councilwoman, that's why I asked, Councilman Velez should work that out with Sergeant, but the call should start from the last time when we approve a license.
Council President, I think we cannot do everything in a cookie cutter when it comes to establishments. We have 6 ward council people that represent these areas that they're at, right? One person may not have, what's, for my ward may be different than other wards. We can't do everything the same for every establishment. Not about your hourlies, but the questions, right? We have to take every establishment and look at it at the individual needs, and each council person in those wards should identify and request, right? So if I have something in my ward, I would say, give me the last 3 years, because it's in the 6th ward. If someone in the 4th ward or the 5th ward, they should spearhead that's their ward. It should be different in all aspects.
That's understood, and I said that you did an excellent.
No, it's not about me.
No, but the only issue I have, Councilman, you cannot, if we approve, let's say we already received a calls 2 years ago. We received a report with calls, and the council actually approved that, a license at that point. I think it will be relevant now to ask for a report from the last time a license was issued. Not because you can't go back. If that's the case, that could actually 10 years when the place was bad.
Well, for council, it goes back to the individualized needs. If I want to use data to show a 3-year picture of this establishment, this neighborhood, and even looking at, I would look at data Friday nights and Saturday nights from 12 to 2, look at the crime that happened there. It's not a cookie cutter. That's what I'm trying to say. But on another note, council, I got one question before we go to public portion. The finance director, how much do these individuals pay for an entertainment license and a dance hall license? What's the fee on that? Anyone from the administration can answer?
Councilman, give me 1 second and I will look that up.
I got something brewing in my, that I feel, I got something going on that I want to work on.
Answer. Do we have any callers, Madam Clerk?
yes, sir, we do. We do, Mr. President.
So let's
Just in case Al looking for an increase, that's in the table a long time ago.
Move on with the public portion, sir.
yeah, you allowed the first speaker. It's funny how council members always talk about things that were said 20 years ago. It's not what they say. It's when you take the initiative to do them.
Council President, that's what I say. You can run the football to the 5-yard line. The only things that matter are the touchdowns in the game.
This council members have become so childish lately. Come on, really?
Jesus Christ, and then they say I speak a lot.
Let's continue, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. The public portion is now open. I'm going to repeat the number again. The number to dial is 973-321-1579. Enter code H326. Press star to listen to the meeting. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. Press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. We have a speaker on. Our first speaker, please state your name and address for the record, and thank you. Give him. The first speaker there. Give us a second, Mr. President. There's one person I know. I don't know. You lost him? Okay, Mr. President.
Yes,
Ryan is asking us to give that person, give him 2 minutes. I think there was some muted and it was disconnected, they had to start over. So it was 2 minutes, he said, to get them back online.
Under President, should we do the consent agenda until they come out?
now, this is a good suggestion, but we already opened the public.
Good question. Bear with them, they'll be right on.
Like I stated earlier, Councilwoman Mims, Council Vice President, I wish we were back in the chambers because it is difficult. It is difficult to run these meetings here, with everyone looking at, one another's face, each other's face, and I don't understand why some council members feel that they could just, entertain any discussion.
Our first speaker for the public portion. Okay, give them a couple more. Okay, good. Thanks.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, yeah, just one question. I just want to know if you guys had enough funding for Howard Stern's subpoenas. It's a big issue here. We need to know if you have funding for Howard Stern's mass subpoenas.
Oh, it's a prank call. They do this all the time.
Can he be disconnected?
Yes, Ryan, we took care of it, he said.
Who was that? You know?
I think we got Zoom bombed.
Yeah.
A Zoom bomb?
Is there anyone else for the public portion?
It's an online track.
I think that was the only person. Hold on, give us a second, Mr. President. See if there's anyone else. There's no one else? Mr. President, at this time, there's no one else for the public portion that's called in.
Move to close.
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Was that Councilman Abdelaziz?
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Okay. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of November 10, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Shirley? Councilman, you're fine, your phone, your mic is muted. Councilman?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Leeds?
Yes.
Councilman Blanche? That's not there. Not there. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. The record reflects the third ward is vacant, therefore the public portion is now closed.
Madam Clerk, can we do the second reading ordinances?
Okay, all right. So next item is, our next item on the agenda is our second reading ordinances. Public hearing is required in these ordinances. Mr. President, let me just read that number into the record. Anyone who wishes, because there's a public hearing. Anyone wishing to participate in items 1 through 5, and I'll repeat them as I go along. Item 1 through 5 for second reading. You may dial 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Dial 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Press star 3 to be added to the speaker list if you wish to comment on items 1 through 5. First second reading is item number 1, public hearing is required. An ordinance setting salaries for appointed and elected officials of the City of Paterson administration, ordinance 2060.
So move.
Second.
Councilman Davila.
By Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, this requires a public hearing, Mr. President. So the public hearing is now open for item number 1, and item number 1, I'll just repeat the title again, is ordinance setting salaries for appointed and elected officials of the City of Paterson. Just give us a second, Mr. President, to see if anyone is calling in. So this is public hearings for the ordinance, right, 1 through 5, yes. Just bear with us, Mr. President. All right. Just double check if there's anyone.
Council President, seeing none, move to close.
Second.
So, Madam Clerk,
Okay, you wish to entertain
yes,
to close the public hearing?
move to close by
I'm sorry, Mr. President, sorry. Someone is for public hearing for number 1? You can't put them through now? Sorry, Mr. President, there's someone for item number 1. Speaker for item number 1 for public hearing, you may speak.
Council President, can we make sure it's not another spoof?
No, Ryan said it's a different number. What's happened to?
What we could do is wait.
Mr. President, the person is not saying anything, sir.
That happened to the other one also. But we can't assume.
This was a different phone number.
Just be ready, Ryan, to pull the plug.
Oh, the person is there.
Seeing none, move to close the public hearing on item number 1.
Okay.
Second.
Entertaining a motion and a second to close the public hearing, Mr. President.
I'm already entertained earlier. It was
that's-
Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Councilman Davila and Councilman Mims. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 1. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Hardy. Councilman,
Stillman?
you're still muted.
He said yes, I could read his lips, but I cannot hear him. What? There you go.
I hear him now. Okay. Councilman Camisa is going back to her day. Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Councilwoman Cotton, we are closing the public hearing on item number 1.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 8 in favor. The record reflects that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the public hearing is now closed and for item number 1. Continue with the roll call there.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for on item number 1 for second reading. Councilman Abdulaziz,
Yes.
Councilman Chahari,
Yes.
Councilman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson.
Continue, Madam Clerk. Maybe he'll come back up when you, Councilman.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Let's continue, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent, that the record reflects that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading. Number 2. Number 2, Mr. President.
Yes, number 2, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing Employee Appreciation Day and a monthly recognition program for all city employees, sponsored by Councilwoman at Large Dr. Delisa Mims, co-sponsored by Councilman Gilman Chahari and Councilwoman Ruby Park. City Council Ordinance 20061.
So moved.
Council President.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez.
And Cotton, you didn't hear me?
No, I can't.
Okay.
And Gilman.
Thank you, man.
Yes, and Gilman, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Okay. Mr. President, we have a public hearing is required on item number 2. May I continue, sir?
Yes.
Okay, let me see if there's anyone available to the public hearing is now open for item number 2. The one wishes to speak, I have opportunity to do so now. Give us a couple seconds first.
Sure. I hear someone there, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Mr. President?
Do we have anyone?
No, I haven't seen anyone at this point. This is public entity. No one, Mr. President. May I entertain a motion to close?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2, Councilman Abdulaziz,
Yes.
Councilman Chahari,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And forgive me for being a little more lengthy than some of the others. What's disappointing is what this council has become. I've sat here quite some time and I've watched council members rush to move items that have their name posted on certain pieces of legislation. Watch council members fight to be the first to say, I moved it. No, you didn't hear me. I moved it. the last several weeks, I've been pressing it to the extreme to hold this administration accountable on how certain members of the administration can rack up 70 and 80 hours of overtime while the public struggles to pay tax bills. I saw a posting for an apartment that's now listed at $2,400 to $2,500, while our local residents can barely, never mind can they afford to pay those types of rents, but the services that they receive for paying that kind of rent is absolutely embarrassing. We sit here as a council fragmented, playing this game of, oh, look what I've done, look what I've written. And this is part of the reason why I had to remove myself from certain aspects of this process when the council president accused me of not attending steadily finance committee meetings, because we come here and play the game of trying to hold people accountable and then vote in the affirmative anyway. It's embarrassing. This is the type of stuff where this is the strength that this council chooses to exercise by enlisting in fielded legislation to pat someone on the head and yet not send them home with bread to feed their families. While illegal hiring is going on with outside employees that come in without credentials and are paid double of what Paterson residents are receiving, this is an absolute embarrassment, and I will not play the game and be a part of this. But I apologize because I realize we're just closing the public portion, the public hearing, so I'll have another opportunity to vent that once more. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mills?
Yes, to close public portion, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
I just want to remind my colleagues, Madam Clerk, that anytime we're entertaining an item, that we must discuss, the discussion must be related to the item, you know. We are gonna get our chance to speak our minds. I wish, at this time I could have taken an opportunity to address those comments. I'm not taking them personally, but to say that we're not addressing them, we are gonna address them, but everything is a process. We cannot, run wild here in the council. We are handling it. We have a personnel committee meeting in which if the administration does not present to us all the information required, we are gonna be forced to take other actions. So I just wanted to leave that on the record. My vote is yes, but I wanna ask my colleagues that any item that we're voting on, the discussion must be related to the item, please. Continue, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 8 in favor. That the record reflect the current board is vacant. The public hearing is now closed for item number 2. We entertain the vote for adopting the second reading, Mr. President. May I proceed?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to item number 2 for second reading. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jahari.
Yes.
Councilman, your mic, I heard you, but your mic sounds very, very low.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's Councilman Cotton next.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It is truly an honor to co-sponsor this with my council colleague. I come into City Hall every day and I hear things, and a lot of things are starting to get addressed. And people have said to me many times, over and over, the last person who ever recognized the city employees was Marty Barnes. So with that being said, it is an honor to be part of this, to recognize you. And you know what? As the years go on, it gets better. It gets better. It gets better. I never think about the negativity. It's better. It may not be right the first time, but the second time it will. The third time it will. The fourth time it will. It gets better. I told someone the other day, you're not breaking my spirit at all. I'm gonna do what's right. I'm gonna do for the people. And you never, and I said, don't, and I'm saying to you all, don't let nobody break your spirit. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
So, to my colleagues, I had a conversation with Councilwoman Mims yesterday. And I reiterated that at any point was I against acknowledging city employees. I wanted us to have more conversation. I felt that it could have, in addition to going to her committee, that it should have also went to the personnel committee, since we are discussing acknowledging employees of the city of Paterson. But at any point, I got phone calls from people stating that other people were saying I was against acknowledging city employees, and that is not the case. If anyone knows, since I started as a councilwoman in 2014, and I always took it upon myself to acknowledge, and specifically as council president 2 years in a row, to acknowledge city employees. So, I knew that there was a need there. There was a conversation with our administration, with our previous BA. We discussed it also in finance, because we knew that, we wanted to establish some way for there to be an evaluation process, because I think it's important that we do that, because clearly, I want to think that all of our employees work to their fullest and their best, but let's keep it real, we know that that's not the case, and I just wanted us to have more conversation. So, I'm gonna abstain from this only because I felt that we needed a little more. I'm not against it. I just felt that we could have had more. And in my conversation with, Vice President Mims, we did talk about some monetary issues in terms of why there couldn't be a money, which actually that was not my thing. I think that was Councilman Bella's, indicating that. So, Madam Clerk, I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Thank you, I got it. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So to the members of the public, let me say this. Much like the new candidate drive, extra bold ginger ale, I'm always bold enough, and I challenge anyone to try to silence me. When we have members of this council speaking relative to all kinds of things, what they used to do on their other jobs, what they did in their other jobs, and how they handle things in other places. And now, whenever I bring up conversation that challenges the lack of assertiveness of this council, well, we need to be discussing items that are pertinent to this, to what the items we're talking, information pertinent to the items we're speaking about. Well, when you're making comparisons, then all items are relative. So I'm talking about this council's lack of due diligence and lack of assertiveness in certain areas when we're sitting here passing a feel-good legislation when I've written legislation that has not one time has there been one infraction written, and yet the council president talks about, well, personnel committee, and if we don't get this, we're gonna hold people accountable. The BA basically stuck her middle finger up at the council president and the personnel committee and said, I'm not coming, be more respectful of my time, and yet there was no level of accountability. So when we're sitting here voting on feel-good legislation, and we talk about how council members, including specifically council president, wants to rush through items that we're talking on the agenda just to see how early and see what kind of celebration we can have when council meetings are released early. We're all paid to be here to do the job of the community. And from the echoes that I get from my constituency and from a great deal of members of this employee base is they're being consistently mistreated. So to bring forward legislation to offer a plaque and not render any supportive measures that can help them take care of their family is an embarrassment. So when I talk about this council being a very weak council and holding and not with no measure of accountability, it's relative, council president. So I hope your friends will be willing to smile at that, because it's actually relative. To say this council has done nothing and to witness the consistent empty threats from you, not only as the finance chair, but also as the council president, in holding this administration accountable as we climb to 150 plus shootings, and it's consistently growing. When members of the members of the employee base are feeling disenfranchised, and at the very least, morale being dropped, we want to give out plaques and certificates and more freaking citations as we use more city paper that the taxpayers have to pay for. So I too am looking forward to us returning to the council. You're in control of the chambers. You're in control of that. As we voted to bring forward tablets, I'm still getting overwhelmed with paper being delivered to my house, as taxpayers are paying for that as well. This is a joke. This legislation is a joke, and everyone who's sitting here smiling and talking about how great it is, and this is the length of measure that this council has been reduced to. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Means?
And so, good evening, Paterson. And so, a lot of times you'll hear people that have a lot of empty rhetoric, and it sounds great, and it sounds like they're saying something, when in actuality, it is voided. Let me say this: I am not only the author of this new piece of legislation, and that's what we're elected to do. So I think it's hypocritical. On one side, we say, you're supposed to legislate and write laws, and then we write a law, we say it's a feel-good law, and it's not good. Not sure if it's because they didn't write it, not sure because it wasn't their idea. I'm not really sure, but nevertheless, we have approximately 2,000 employees that work in the city of Paterson. And day in and day out, for years, before I even came to the council, they have been working for the city, some for peanuts. I mean, some of their salaries will blow you away if you were to find out what some of the employees are making after many years of service, decades of service, and not being properly recognized. Which led me to writing this legislation, which increases morale, it helps to improve attendance, it puts in place an employee appreciation day in the month of May, where the administration may be able to do a breakfast or a lunch for the employees of the city. That's something they're currently doing, but just designated in the month of May on that day for years of service, what milestone years, 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, we're giving out citations, calling out the names of the employees, doing hoopla, saying congratulations for the great work they're doing. Also an appreciation program, incentive for the month, where every month the department heads are able to identify a worker in their department, and they're able to allow them to be employee of the month. This was done by Mayor Marty Barnes. We've had many mayors since then, and it has not been done. And when we were working on this diligently and crafting it, so I didn't just send it to legal, I actually wrote this myself. After many conversations with the employees of the city who have not been properly recognized, they worked through COVID, they're underpaid, understaffed, and most times feel unappreciated. So this is not a feel good, it may not feel good to others, but it definitely is a start in the right direction for the employees. Employees of the city of Paterson, you matter to us. You matter to us. I want to thank Councilman Gilman Chowdhury and Councilwoman Cotter for coming alongside and co-sponsoring this new legislation, which will take place after tonight's vote, 20 days after. I also want to thank every council member that will vote in favor of it. Our employees matter. I understand when we talk about financially putting a monetary line with it, but unfortunately, we're on state aid. We've been on state aid for decades. And unfortunately, per DCA, we cannot do that. So here's my challenge before I vote to the council members. Here's a challenge. Every year before I got here, I've only been here for 2 years, we're not a part of the bargaining negotiations that go on with the departments with their bargaining agreement, their unions, to say this is their percentage of raise. Here's my challenge. When they are finished with negotiations, which council members are not a part of, it comes before this very council to vote it up or to vote it down. So since we want some raises for our employees, since we feel it needs to be more than a good fill in its merit, I'm challenging all of the council members, when negotiations are done, that we say if there's not raises for all of these departments and the workers, then we cannot support what's presented before us with the bargaining agreements. That's my challenge to the council members. But in the meantime, until all of that happens, Paterson, this is something that is long overdue. Should we have to tell them to vote for, to acknowledge employees? No. But if we have an opportunity to legislate it, it's not only Paterson, it's in other areas, and we've done research, it's in other urban communities. We made it a law. No longer asking, no more requesting. It is now mandated 20 days after the vote on today. So Paterson, it's a great day when we're able to do what you've elected us to do, and that is to legislate. I'm not really concerned that people don't like that I celebrate my success. You're supposed to celebrate what you do because others will talk that you don't do nothing. So every chance I get, I'm a diamond in the rough, and you're never going to be able to hide my shine. I shine bright like a diamond, and I want to say cheers to the employees. Cheers, employees. This is for you tonight. This vote is for you. Madam Clerk, for my employees, for the employees of the city of Paterson, and this great council, my vote is yes. Cheers, employees.
Councilman Velez?
Okay. I just want to clear the wave of the air right now when I'm going to say, in the beginning, first meeting, I abstained myself. I am a discovery individual. I like to discover what's going on. I like to read paperwork and this and that. And people now often say, if it works, it won't work. If it works, it won't work. If it works, it won't work. And I read the body. I went over the body, and I went over the body. When I went over the body, I put it in action. I imagined how it would work. I started imagining how it's going to work. I started imagining that increasing morale, how that's going to work. And I started recreating in my mind, how's that going to work? And the love of greater working in relationship. So I started working in that in my mind, how's that going to work? That's how it's going to work. And then I went down and improved the overall attendance rate in the city of Paterson. So I started imagining, how's that going to work? How's that going to work? Work toward the city mission, and that one is, and goals and greatest efficiency, productivity, and outstanding customer service. And I say to myself, let me see, in the past mayors, how that is supposed to work. The administration is in charge to do all that, right? Work towards the city mission and the goals of the city, that is up to the mayor. But then I sit back and I say, how is this going to work? Listen, I have 1, 2, 3 council members. 1 sponsored and 2 co-sponsored. And I said, let me stop asking myself if it works or not work. It don't work. If it works, it don't work. So let's give it a try. Let's see if it works. And if it works, Councilwoman Mintz, we continue the productivity in the city of Paterson and bringing the positive ideas to the administration and making sure, as a legislator, we make accountable this administration to follow what we always say. We are the ordinance, we are the law, we are the resolution. They need to follow that. So, and I know you challenge us, Councilwoman Mensah, as a council member, that when we see a bargain agreement between the administration and union, to vote if we don't see a raise or a compensation to those employees, police, fire, DPW, court employees, health, all of them, all the unions. If we don't see it, we vote no. But you know what, when we have to do that? Don't wait till the bargain agreement comes. Let's start when we had to vote for the budget. If we don't see the increase in the budget and treating our employees the right way, let's vote no to the budget to see if we freeze the city or we could put the administration towards the benefit of the employees of the city of Paterson. Let's not wait till the bargaining agreement. Let's wait until they present the budget. And ladies and gentlemen, those that have come to the budget hearings knows what we're talking about. We don't want to satisfy our employees with peanut and butters. We want to satisfy our employees and put it in the level of other surrounding cities that are around us. Clifton, Wayne, and other cities that knows that we are underpaid, and we all know that. That's when we start to lift the morale of every employee in the city of Paterson. But I don't want to be taken too lengthy, as my Councilman Jackson is. I don't want to copy that because then they say something that I copy. But my vote at this time, and the first time I stayed on it, Councilwoman Davila, I know you, and a staying vote is a yes, in other words, sometimes. But I'm going to tell you, in the beginning, I voted and I stayed in it, and this time I'm going to give the support of it and say, if it works or not works, at least I give it a try. So my vote is yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
I'm gonna try to stick to the matter at hand. I would love, to go in and start addressing some of these issues, but I'm gonna try to keep it together. So, Councilwoman Mims, this is something you believed in, and I often say that, and to the viewers at home, don't judge council members based on the things that come out of their mouth. Before I became a councilman, I watched for many years, and I noticed which were the council members that made things happen. That's how you measure a successful council person. If you strongly believe on something, then propose it to the council members and get support to pass those things. That's how you measure a successful council person, not a council person that you see every day on the cameras, taking pictures, posting pictures, but making things happen. Making things happen. Now, some council members talk about hiring, also approving overtime. Let me just let the residents know how city government actually works, because some members been here for a long time, and they like to misinform the public all the time, and that gets to me. And some council members say, don't respond to all those things, but I'm going to try to limit my response. But let me just tell you how it works. The hiring, we don't approve the hiring. That's one. Overtime gets approved after it happens. That's when overtime gets approved. After it happens. Now, by federal law, once the overtime takes place, we have to pay that person. So you can vote no to send a message, that's fine. Your message is sent. But the bottom line is it's just a message. It doesn't do anything. Now, the statement that we're not doing anything doesn't make sense either. Everything's a process. We can't just go rogue and just open our mouth and just talk to talk. We have to gather information, like other council bodies have done in the past. If the information is not provided, we have to give it a try. We're not gonna put the city and the residents, the taxpayers in a situation where people could come after us in litigation and sue us. So for those residents that hear some of my colleagues just talking all this rhetoric, right? Just look at, just look at it a little further because some people just like to misinform. Councilman Velez, and I'm gonna go back to this item. Councilman Velez just mentioned, oh, let's make sure the money's in the budget. I would not vote on any budget cushion within this administration because of the same problem. I've seen many hirings take place that I have voiced my opinion of not happening. We have many community service positions lately coming up that I've never seen before in all these divisions. So you know what? I'm not going to continue, but I'm frustrated. But there's a time for everything. Council members, we don't have to use just like and the corporation councils here. We're supposed to be addressing issues pertaining. The discussions tonight should be pertaining to this agenda. And you have council members that come here every meeting just to talk about the same things. The same things. All the time. The same things. We could make our closing remarks. Why don't you make it, make your points at that time? I'll extend the time. That's fine. But let me go back to you, Councilwoman Mims. You believe in this? I just didn't see any legal repercussions from doing this. I asked Corporation Counsel. Did I have my concerns? Yes, I have my concerns. Because right now they don't do performance evaluation of the employees. So I had some concerns, but I just didn't see any harm in this. And you know what? The employees that do a good job should be celebrated. But at the same time, I share the same sentiment as Velez and actually all of us. We all want to see our employees get paid more. But there is a process. We also got to think also of our residents and taxpayers. We talk about Clifton and Wade get paid more. Clifton and Wade employees get paid more. You know what? I was a city employee. I know what this employees go through. They're underpaid, but at the same time, we want to see better services for our residents. I'm not opposed to everybody getting an increase. Why do you think we have not entertained an increase for department heads? Are they underpaid compared to other large cities like us? Yes, they are. Now, would I justify to the residents and people that voted for me to approve an increase in pay for department heads that are overseeing all the services in this city, and the services have diminished? You think I'm going to vote in favor of that? No. So there's a time and place for everything, and I just want to let my colleagues look. I have so far let my colleagues express themselves, but again, Corporation Counsel, can you at least let our colleagues know that we're supposed to be discussing the things that are on the agenda? Anytime we have a roll call or we're entertaining any item, we're supposed to be discussing the item, not any random stuff. That's what the law says. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes right now, and I want to give an opportunity to Corporation Counsel, because I already mentioned this to several of my council colleagues, that they need to speak on the matter at hand. I just got off track a little bit, but it was to make a point that we need to, stick to what we need to stick on. Go ahead.
Corporation Counsel is not the parliamentarian, and you can go off track when you want to, but no one else can.
She could interpret the law for us.
She's not the parliamentarian. She doesn't rule over council meetings or anything.
Again, you're supposed to ask for the floor also, you're not.
Council President, Madam Clerk, vote first.
Point of order, Council President. Once again,
Councilman, I didn't acknowledge you to take to do what you're doing. So please, Madam Clerk, will you please read the vote, please?
Yes, Mr. President. The votes for item number 2 is 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstain. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Sure. Madam Clerk, let's just take a minute to remind my colleagues, please, of the procedures of the council, please. Just for the benefit of the residents and everybody, we need to run a meeting. And this is, they're not being conducive right now to running a meeting. So, Madam Clerk, would you like to chime in and Corporation Counsel?
I can answer, Council President, and I'll be happy to do so. If an item is on the floor, I read the item into the record. If the council wishes to have a discussion after the item is read, there's a motion in a second, and they have a discussion. During roll call, there should not be any conversation. They should either vote yes, no, abstain. That's what is required. And the Corporation Council will.
But, Madam Clerk, I read somewhere that you're able to explain your vote. What I try to get from you is that any discussions, when we call for a discussion, any discussion should be pertaining to the matter being discussed.
Yes, that is correct. But during roll call, you should just do your vote. And I mean, there's a Corporation Counsel who can render legal opinion and elaborate on the law better than I do. But that's what was my understanding. That's what I knowledge from this. Should not be a long conversation during roll call.
Yes, I think we have 2 minutes though during I think I read that we have 2 minutes and we could explain our vote, just so you know, Madam Clerk. Yes, Corporation Counsel.
I think what Madam Clerk is referring to is the strict reading of Robert's Rules of Law. Pursuant to the strict reading of Robert's Rules of Law, the rules of law, during a roll call, it's a yes or no vote. However, based on the council rules, each council member at the end of the vote does have 2 minutes to opine on what they're voting on. As Madam Clerk already stated, the conversation should revolve around what is on the floor.
Yes, I actually read that from the city's code book. But we could continue now. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the clarification and Corporation Counsel. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So,
To number 3.
You need to ask for the floor also. You can't just speak out of order. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, number 3.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 3, which is the second reading. Public hearing is required in this ordinance. An ordinance designating Rose Street between Market Street and Parkway as a one-way street southbound. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 20062.
So move. So move.
President,
Hey, Councilman Velez?
So move, yeah.
Is there a second?
You couldn't hear yourself.
Second.
Thank you, my Councilwoman Davila. I guess discussion, Councilman Jackson asked for the floor. Councilman Jackson.
well, Council President, due to the fact that I'm unable to request the floor and ask the question because of the manner in which you've chosen to run the meetings, reverting back to the question to the clerk, I would like for the clerk to clear up what is also considered the customs and or process that the council had.
Bring that up later. We have a motion, Councilman.
Well, again, based on the manner in which you're running the meeting, you're putting your hand up like you can't. This is not a dictatorship. You cannot run the meeting from a fashion of dictatorship. I have to be able to express myself at the time that I'm requesting to do so. And you're inhibiting my ability to do so by running the meeting in a fashion which is uncustomized to this council. So whatever Robert Rules of Order may read and or whatever the bylaws may read, there are certain customs that have been in place for decades in this council, and your position as council president does not mitigate such customs.
Yes, Council President could do so, and we're changing the culture. We ask for the administration.
No, council president.
All right, so Council colleagues, we have a motion right now. We just read their laws. We have a motion, and my colleagues want to entertain a different discussion. Could we discuss the matter at hand, please? I apologize to the rest.
Oppose question, move to roll call.
No, Mr. President, there's a public hearing that is required in this ordinance item number 3. Anyone wishes to speak on item number 3, there's a public hearing on this item.
Yes, ma'am. Open the public portion.
Just give us a second, Mr. President, to have anyone is calling. The number to call is 973-321-1579. enter code H326, and press star 3 to speak.
But Madam Clerk, in the interest of time,
Council
hold on a minute, Councilman,
Yes, sir.
Can you read at least the 4, 5, and 6?
No, just 4 and 5.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6 is gonna be tabled, yeah.
Yes. Okay, so, in the meantime, I will read item number 4, for public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on that one is ordinance designated Sealy Street between Market Street and Parkway as a one-way street northbound. And number 5 is ordinance designating Parkway between Rose Street and Sealy Street as a one-way street eastbound.
You missed number 4.
So,
I read number 4 already.
And number 3, 4, and 5 all together, that's why.
well, we're not doing it together. She read them all already, Councilman.
Oh, okay, all right, sorry.
So we're working on item number 3 at this time.
Oh, all right, thank you, thank you.
Here. Okay, Ryan said there's no one for the public hearing. Item
No, sorry.
is there a motion to close?
Motion
Close.
Second.
Councilman Dowd,
Second by Councilman Abdelaziz.
and Councilman. Roll call to close the public hearing and item number 3, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I got my 2 minutes on the roll call. Council President, once again, I think, the Corporation Council should send us Article 3, Council 5-20. If you look at letter M, Rule 14, Rules of Debate, number 3, getting the floor. A member of the council desiring to speak for any purpose whatsoever shall address the presiding officer, and upon recognition, shall confine himself, or herself, we should change these, to the question under debate. A member may only speak once on the same subject, but may again speak to clear up the matter of fact or explain a material part of his speech. A member, after moving a question, may once again speak on the same subject as the last speaker closing the debate. So we should, Council,
I appreciate it. You have to.
I got my 2 minutes. I just think the record to reflect, I think the Corporation Council shall send us the rules of the council that is adopted and in the Paterson Code. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Charlie? Closing the public hearing.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Dowd?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. What I would like for Corporation Council to send to each and every council member is the list of Paterson residents that have been qualified for the position of zoning officer that has been being overlooked, and also a list of all those city employees that are non-residents that have been hired outside of the law that's been adopted by this council as the residency requirement that is required by law that has been adopted by this council. I would be hopeful that Corporation Council will find such documents as easily as she can find some of the others, but I would be more hopeful that some of the council members will be more inclined to pay very close attention and put their attention strictly on matters such as this, as opposed to the matters in which I continuously and will continue to bring to the forefront. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
To close the public portion, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the public hearing, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez?
Hold on, I get used, Council President, you unmute me. Can you please unmute me if you mute me, because sometimes I get used to mute, but now I'm mute. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 8 in favor. The record reflects the 31 is vacant. Public hearing for item number 3 is hereby closed. We continue for second reading?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, roll call on item number 3 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yeah.
Councilman Tahari?
Yes.
Councilman Khan? Councilman? Oh, she's there.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Dowd?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Amazingly, Madam Clerk, certain members of the council council are not silenced when factual context is brought to the table. When we talk about addressing the potential lawsuits that's coming down the pipeline because certain city employees that are mistreated because of whatever favor, maybe they're not the correct cultural based, and being forced to hire attorneys to file lawsuits against the city while this council sits dormant and votes in feel-good legislation. On this matter, I'm favorable, Madam Clerk, but I'm still strong on my stance that this council is a blank shot at best in holding this administration accountable and being a fair representative for the community. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lynch?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, and the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Item number 3 is hereby adopted on second reading. Next item number 4, Mr. President, may I continue?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes, next item is item number 4 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance designating Cedar Street between Market Street and Parkway as a one-way street northbound. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 20063.
Move.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Okay. Your second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call. Actually, public,
The public. Yes, the public hearing is now open for item number 4. Anyone wishes to speak on this item may do so now.
we have any voters, Madam Clerk?
Just 1 second, Mr. President. We'll wait and hear from the guys in the next room. All right. Sorry, Mr. President. There's no one. May I have a motion to?
None, move to close.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Tahirdi?
Yes.
Councilman Khan? Councilwoman?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me apologize to the public for utilizing these moments because the council president chooses to do my questioning in different fashion. I'll utilize the
Councilman, you're getting cut off.
I'm getting cut off.
Yeah,
You telling me to cut me off?
I knew he was gonna say that. Councilman, the signal is bad. I just want you to get the benefit that whatever shot you're gonna take or say, or whatever comment you're gonna make,
It's loud and clear.
that the residents actually get the benefit of listening to you. I'm gonna stay quiet and, you know, let you speak and nobody listen. I'm just giving you the courtesy that your phone is cutting off.
I appreciate the courtesy.
That's bad.
Maybe just restart my clock so I have my allotted 2 minutes.
You started, Councilman.
But Corporation Council, while my council colleagues have you so busy, and I apologize for rendering more work, because I'm sure your day-to-day schedule is extremely busy. But while you're providing that information that was requested by the 6th Ward Councilman, can you please provide the council with a list of all employees that have filed lawsuits against, that are currently filed lawsuits against the administration, and some detailed information as to why? You can exclude any names, but just categorize it by title. Thank you, Corporation Council, in advance. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 8 in favor. Let the record reflect third ward is vacant. The public hearing for item number 4 is hereby closed. Continue, sir.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Roll call in item number 4 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilman? Okay, sorry. Councilman Tahirdi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 4 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Madam Clerk, before we continue, I want to put a request to Corporation Council.
Yes, sir.
I want to piggyback off what Councilman Jackson said. Actually, when I started here as a councilman, I had a big back and forth with the administration pertaining to the process and procedures when you hire a non-resident. And I want to hear from the BA, how come you have not complied with, you may not be the BA at the time, but you were the chief of staff. We read the law clearly, and it was actually stated, I don't know if it was by this corporation council or the previous one, that if you're planning to hire someone, and correct me if I'm wrong, because it was 2 years ago I was talking about this. And I see a list here that was sent to me in the packet, which we're gonna be discussing in personnel, because this is not the place for this. You have a list of new hires here, and we could go back to the previous hires also, in personnel. But you have, doesn't apply to the police, by the way. You have people that were hired recently, as recent as October, that do not have an address in Paterson. How come we didn't get a report before these people were hired? That's what the law says, or the procedures. So I'm wondering, how come, I want to hear from Madam BA, how come this wasn't done? Before we go into the next item.
Sure, Council President, I will go ahead and look at that and to set up a process. I know we were looking at Personnel Committee now as the way to provide that notification, because I would like, I think what the language is that it's a notification of, yes, to the council.
The council as a whole.
Okay.
Well, there's no justification and there's not a process to be put together. The process is already there. So I'm wondering, why is it that this is happening? And you know what?
Council President?
Sometimes they're gonna tell the same thing. We talk, and then we don't act. But how do we act? When the budget comes up, when things like this come up? Because it's a lot of disrespect to the council. And I apologize to my colleagues for, that's why I wanted to bring this up before we go to the next item. But I want to entertain this discussion tomorrow in personnel, and I want this, go ahead, Councilman.
I just wanted to just add to that we have in previous personnel committee meetings, we actually discussed that. We discussed any future hirings, if there was anyone. Madam BA did come forward and say, when we saw that there was a specific position in the mayor's office, you know, we questioned that, and the BA stated, oh, we got approval from DCA, and I said, I don't want to hear approval from DCA, it has to come to the council first. And then at that time I said, do you have someone? And they said no. And so we left it at that. But I got an email that says that the administration is closed on Wednesday. I wanted to put out, if we are able to do a Zoom meeting, I'm fine with that, but we did not have a meeting last week, because the BA requested to change the time for our personnel committee meeting. In speaking to the committee, we decided we were gonna change the date and time, so that way everyone can make it. But this Wednesday, I am told that the administration is off due to Veterans Day. So.
City Hall is closed, yes.
Okay. So Councilwoman Davila, this is what's happening right now. You select a date, right? Because Councilman Jackson is right. At one time, the administration told us that they could not meet our demands, to have a meeting at night for the personnel meeting. But you know what? I just want you to try one more time, and I dare this administration not to comply and give us the things that we want. And we're gonna proceed in a way that's gonna be open to the public then. We're gonna do all this discussion in a public setting. That's what I'm gonna say, because I'm giving them time to at least produce the information that we need in order to entertain a discussion. If that doesn't happen, then we have to do what we need to do. Because I have a lot of things to do, I have a lot of things to we have a lot of things as a council to address here. And we can't continue to drag this for months now. This overtime situation is one of the items that we've been wanting to discuss for a while. But we need to get the total picture in order to have those discussions.
Sure, Council President, we were prepared to meet last week. We did not ask for a cancellation of last week. We had, our Director of Personnel had folders all prepared and ready to go. The question was about changing this week's meeting, the time, just because I have another meeting at 1 o'clock. I asked for the time to be shifted to 12 o'clock. So that was the request.
Council President, Madam BA left the meeting that we had scheduled.
Hold on a minute.
No, I did not.
Hold on a minute.
So now we're gonna discuss this.
Councilman, we're trying to bring a solution here. Let's just leave this up. So, Madam Chair, I asked you to put the meeting for 5 o'clock.
And I did. And I was given,
Tomorrow, they're off tomorrow, so they're right about this one. They're off tomorrow. You can't make them come on a day off. So, schedule it for another day, please, and let's continue with the agenda. Thank you.
Yes.
One more thing, Madam Corporation Counsel. I want to know what actions we could take, aside from us, voting no on certain things. Can the administration continue to just hire non-residents without following the process as stated in our laws?
So actually, based on our code, it's section 5-11, it's the residency requirement for officers, employees, and members of boards and agencies. So it goes through what should happen. It says that there must be good cause, and that a report must come to the council not less than monthly with regard of appointment of non-residents. So the code does not say that you have to be notified before the person is hired. It doesn't say that, just so clear.
Corporation Counsel, we already got an opinion from our previous Corporation Counsel, so I'm gonna let you spend some more time reading it. We actually spent over an hour at one of the meetings about a year and a half ago, when I first started. We went back and forth. And even the BA acknowledged at that time that yes, the report should be submitted before, because it doesn't make sense. Why submit it after? Doesn't make sense at all.
I do agree, we can have further conversation, I said, but however, upon first reading, I agree with you, I will speak with Mr. Baz and I will speak with Mr. McCoy to determine what that conversation was. However, if the person is not a department director, the council really can't stop an appointment or hire. The council should absolutely be notified, and I don't agree with that.
We have a residency requirement and the process needs to be followed. If there's someone that's more qualified and is a resident, then you gotta hire the resident. So there is a process. You can't.
I agree.
So we need to look into that. Thank you. Thank you.
And Council President, we will start putting together that report monthly as well. That must have been something that I apologize, that must have gotten dropped in transition between Vaughn and myself. We'll start to implement that.
We need it before though. Because even some people that you have hired lately, we have had lengthy discussions. Some of us have not been, okay. Again, we don't do the hiring, but we control the resources.
Yeah.
So if you want to continue to work together with the council, then I think you should take into account, how we feel about certain things. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Council President, and I think all the council people, and I hope the administration is listening. We continuously talk about this. I think every council meeting I've been in, we've brought this up, and we waste numerous energy and time. So I'm looking at a case from another municipality in North Jersey City, where a certain individual was hired illegally. So if we see this, and this is what I'm trying to say, the only people that can overturn this is the justice system, right? Send somebody, you want to put a lawsuit, a judge overturned the mayor's pick in another town in a high level position, and then made them pay back the salary. So there's processes to everything. Instead of just coming here, we can talk about it, right? But if an employee feels that they were slighted, there's unions. The unions could take further actions. That's the way the process works, right? We could be at gridlock and have this debate, but if someone feels that there's an illegal practice going on, I'm reading it. It's right here. It's an employee.
But you know what I was about to say? I'm going to thank you for bringing that up, but it's not your place, for example. Corporation counsel, and this is why a lot of us sometimes feel that that we need sometimes to have a separate, a separate lawyer, because nothing against this corporation counsel, but for many years now, we don't get the information that would help us come to this conclusion. My job is not to sit down and start studying case law, right? We have processes in place, right? If I ask corporation counsel, what can we do? I don't want her to say, well, this is what you could do, and that's it. I agree with you. But you know what? Until this administration stops, Councilman, I understand your frustration. I'm frustrated also that we have to bring this stuff all the time. But they never stop. It's 2.5 years now, and they continue to do the same thing that they did 2 years ago. So when enough is enough.
And I agree with Council President. What I'm saying is, in this municipality, it's an urban city, right? And I can send you guys the article. If an employee feels that they're passed up, they have the process to appeal in moving forward. The unions have the process to appeal. And an individual council person could do it individually if you want.
Councilman.
It's just, what I'm saying is, we're spinning our wheels, going after the same thing time and time again. That's all I'm asking, Kat. There's no right or wrong. I'm not saying, Council President, I'm not saying you're wrong on this. I'm not saying the administration's wrong on this. I'm saying is we do this every day, right? With no action. We do this
Councilman, we don't. I'm bringing up non-residents. That's what I'm bringing up. We haven't talked about this for over a year. Councilman Jackson brings up, other issues that some residents are being overlooked. But I'm talking about the actual process of, informing the council that X amount of people applied. The resident from Paterson was not the most qualified. And if there's a non-resident, if there's no resident that applied, then they could hire someone from outside. That's how it works.
Council President.
But let's continue, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Be brief.
Yes, thank you.
First and foremost, Councilman Abdelaziz don't need to look to any other municipality. All we have to do is look here in our home set, and where the Director of Health was wrongfully overlooked, who is extremely qualified and a bona fide Paterson resident, and he did take the city to court, victoriously vindicated himself, and it cost the taxpayers additional money by the administration being sloppy and not being considerate to the process and disregarding the laws in which the council subscribes. So my point here, because I challenged Council President to give me one example, and I will silence my microphone myself, of where has the level of accountability been? You consistently talk about how it's been 2.5 years and we're tired and so when does the council take action on behalf of this constituency? We have bona fide residents who are qualified on the list and they're being disregarded. While we go out and hire non-qualified people who are non-residents and wait for them to get their certifications. And guess what? In the meantime, the services that are being rendered to the public is subpar. So there is a definite need for the council to take action, and regardless of whatever rendition or interpretation of the law Corporation Council gives, the council has its due process. Several years ago, this council showed that due process and exercised its authority against the Jones administration, which I believe was inappropriate, but they in fact held him accountable, suspended the BA, and held him accountable to the actions. Here we have people, when they vacate one position, the job responsibility and or requirement for that previous position was being asked upon for the next person who fills that position. It's a very unfair process. The way this government is being ran is very similar to a dictatorship. It's very unfair. And to give members of the employee base a citation while others are being smacked in the face with the unfair measuring stick is an absolute travesty And this council, behind your leadership, Council President, is sitting stagnant and watching it happen.
You finished, Councilman Jackson?
For now.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims, to you.
I know we're moving on, and this is very healthy, but last week at our meeting, I just want to put it back on record. I gave the information openly to the council and to the community in regards to pay that is owed to DPW, known as contractual pay. It's not hazard pay. It is in their bargaining agreement that was negotiated, where when they worked due to the state of emergency from COVID, that they were entitled to this pay. I was told at that time that the lawyer spoke to their lawyer. I found out that was not accurate. I did not get an update as to where we stand, so I want to put it back on record again. For this contractual pay, I sent the language to all of the council members so that you can have it to read in your purview. But I just want to know where we stand as relates to the DPW workers and the contractual pay that is due unto them. Has there been dialogues? I would like to get a complete outlined review of what took place. If it is stated that you said you spoke to someone, what date and who you spoke to, and what was that dialogue. So I'm just putting it on record. I know this is not on the agenda, but since we're talking about personnel issues, this goes right in alignment with that. And COVID has been going on for 7 months. So Madam BA, I'm giving it back to you and the administration. I would like to get that, and I would like all the council members to be copied on it as well. What has been the outline of their contractual pay that is due to these employees for the work that they performed. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Let's continue, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir, next item.
Council President, can I just jump in on one thing here, because I just want to clarify for the record. You know, we have been really providing us the information that is asked for the Personnel Committee. And for example, I'm looking at, and it was something that we didn't have a chance to give it to you, to the committee members from last week, but I'm looking at a report here that shows 43 new hires since September. 5 of them are non-Paterson residents, only 5. 3 of those are police, and 2 others are very technical employees. One of which is connected to our health department and COVID testing, and another connected to construction. So I just want to put it on the record that we are, as an administration, prioritizing Paterson hires. As the Corporation Council said, sometimes there is good cause for it not to fall into line, but I think, I don't want to leave the public with an impression that we're in here hiring lots of people from out of the city. So I just want to make sure that we're clear. And I will be providing a report to the entire council on a regular basis.
Madam BA, 1 is too many, and all we ask, and hear me out, all we ask, and I'm not saying that you didn't follow procedures, but all we asked the previous BA was to provide, we interpreted the law, right? And he was up for interpretation, but we came to the conclusion in that meeting, it was a public meeting, that the BA must, submit the report before. It's not for our approval. It's for us to know, because we don't approve hiring, right? The only ones we approve are the department heads. And even we don't approve them either, we confirm them, right? They could still be hired as acting. Now, all we're asking for is not allowed to ask. If you do it the right way, right, and you advertise the position, and no Paterson residents apply, then that's your explanation to the council. Now, if you advertise the position, and a Paterson resident applied, and a non-resident, and the non-resident is more qualified for the job, then you can still hire the non-resident. You don't have to hire the resident. It doesn't say that anywhere. You don't have to, you have to hire the best employee. But if the resident is more qualified or equally qualified, then you must hire the resident. Why is it so difficult to provide that to the council?
Council President?
So like I stated, Madam BA, that's what we're asking. Just a courtesy, and we need to know. We're the legislative body, we need to know. We can say,
So everybody else.
please, yes.
Okay, she was just reading off a list of 43 new hires. You gave that to the personnel committee?
We got that over the weekend.
Oh, I didn't see it.
We got that. And he was supposed
But
to.
we could provide it to the entire council, Councilwoman.
Right, because I'm saying I didn't get it. And also, the only thing about if you don't hire non-Patterson residents, how are you gonna know if a Patterson resident applied? How will we know if you got a job posting, how will we know a Patterson resident applied when they hire? How will we know that?
That's what we asking, that's why I just asked her.
To the committee, but Council President, if I can, that.
Mr. President, I may ask you the floor.
Councilman Velez, just wait a second. You will get your turn.
Jesus Christ.
Come on, you've been talking all night too. Like, go ahead. Councilwoman Dallas, go ahead and say what you get ready to say.
No, hold on.
But I'm just saying, she get ready to answer me. Maybe she wasn't going to answer me. I'm just saying, maybe she wasn't. I'm saying to you, how will we know if a Patterson resident did apply and they got overlooked? I had a few phone calls too. More than a few about they heard that they gave out the money. My understanding was the money wasn't given out. Answer, Council President.
Councilwoman.
Wait a second. Just wait a second. That was my answer. Councilwoman Dabler was gonna respond, and then Councilor Velez just jumped in.
Councilwoman.
Get ready to respond. Let her respond.
I'm gonna respond. We just asked, Madam BA, it's part of the process. They supposed to give us a report, Councilwoman Cotton, stating how many people applied, how many how many of them were resident, and why they made the decision that they made.
Okay.
So that's what I just asked her before you spoke. I asked her that right now. That's the process we spoke about a year and a half ago, or 2 years, when I first came on the council. And we still not getting the reports. That was it. Can we continue, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Next item for second reading is item number 5, and public hearing is required. An ordinance designating parkway between Rose Street and Cedar Street as a one-way street eastbound, Department of Public Works, Ordinance 20-064.
So
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez.
this is good.
Do we have any members of the public, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, the public hearing is now open for item number 5. Just give me a second, Mr. President, to double check, make sure there's no. I'm waiting for it, right? Anyone wishes to speak on the public hearing for item number 5 may do so now?
If there's nobody, there, Madam Clerk.
I don't think there's anyone.
Move to close.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call to close the public hearing and for item number 5, Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Tahari.
Yes.
Councilman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Dowell.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Glass.
This is a close the public portion?
Public hearing, yes, sir.
A public hearing?
Yes, sir. For number 5. Thank you. Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 8 in favor. The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the public hearing is now closed and for item number 5.
Yes.
May I continue, Mr. President? Okay. Roll call in item number 5 for second reading. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Tahari.
Councilman,
I hear him out, yeah, but I didn't hear him.
he's not muted actually. He must have a problem with his
Yeah,
mic.
there's something wrong.
Yes.
Yes, you said yes, I hear you. Councilman Cotton, thank you.
We are number 5, Madam Clerk.
Number 5, yes, we're adopting it on the second reading.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Dowell.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson. Okay, his mic is muted. Councilman Mims.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Knowing that this is the last one as a bundle, number 5, regarding this, streets, my constituents in the 5th Ward are receiving notification before the 24 days even when the process started regarding, the changes. And they're gonna receive another flyer this week that is approving the second reading the changes. This will be beneficial. Thank you for the council members that supported it. Last but not least, you know, my vote is yes. I talk big on, don't worry.
President?
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes on this, but I just want the record to reflect that the only reason I'm even voting yes on this item is because they have been recommended by the traffic engineer.
Okay, thank you. Mayor?
And submitted by the councilman in the 5th Ward.
Councilman,
But don't be ego, guys.
Councilman,
Don't be ego, councilman.
ask for the floor.
I'm be asking for the floor for numbers, you don't give it to me.
If I don't give you the floor, then you don't speak.
So give me,
Unbelievable. That we can't even conduct the meeting here. It's like big kids. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
we continue.
Okay. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect the 3rd ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 5 is hereby adopted on second reading. Mr. President, may I handle item number 6? Item number 6 is an ordinance establishing a 30-minute parking zone in East 22nd Street between 15th Avenue and Park Avenue. This item was not properly published. So may I have a motion in a second to table this ordinance to the next regular meeting of December 15th?
move the table.
Move by Councilman Velez.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Councilwoman Davila.
Roll call to table item number 6 to the next regular meeting of December 15, 2020 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jahardi?
Yes.
Councilman Thornton?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman Nims?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. The record reflects the 3rd ward is vacant. Item number 6 is tabled to the next regular meeting of December 15, 2020 at 7 p.m.
So Madam Clerk, real quick, we're gonna discuss first reading items right now.
Okay.
I wanna know for the record, if any of those, if all of those have been approved by, the traffic engineer, because I don't wanna be held liable as a council person, me making traffic changes, without the recommendation of the traffic engineer. I'm not an expert in the field, and that's why I continue to ask the question. For the record, do 7, 8, and 9 have the recommendation from the traffic engineer? Director Rodriguez.
7 and 8 have the recommendation of the traffic engineer. We sent you the emails. Item number 8 does not.
So item number 8 does not. So Council colleagues, you remember the conversation I had in the last workshop where I was against the resolutions actually stating, right, that the traffic engineer approved them, when I was actually just trying to get an email, something in writing attached to the resolution stating from him, or a signature somewhere, stating that he approved. So now we're telling me that we moved it because, was that?
You didn't receive it.
You just stated that 8 have not been approved.
No, you received those recommendations in October. October 25th, I think it was.
We want it attached to the resolutions. We don't want separate emails. We have too many emails to look and analyze.
I understand that.
So go ahead.
Is number 9, is number 9?
I understand you, Council President, but he did send an email for these 3 ordinances approving 7 and 8, and 7 and 9. I'm sorry, and his disapproval for number 8. Part of the email.
Thank you, Director. But he got to this agenda because we were told that also number 8 was approved by the traffic engineer.
Right,
The
correct.
question that I had last meeting. From now on, I want something in writing. If not, it's not gonna get on the agenda.
So you'll have, go moving forward, any approvals or disapprovals will be not even in the body, it'll be attached like we discussed last week, all that to be attached.
Thank you, Director. All right. Let's continue, Madam Clerk, with number 7.
Yes, Mr. President, so we do the first reading ordinances which require no public hearing is required. Item number 7, ordinance establishing always stop control at either section of Temple Street and North 9th Street, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I guess I'm not talking loud enough, huh? Next time I'll just yell.
You should.
Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, is there a second for Councilwoman Cotton and number 7?
No, I moved it.
Yes, Councilman Davila moved it.
I did have his name by itself, he's fine.
Councilman Velez, okay, second, I got it, thank you. Roll call on item number 7 for first reading, Councilman Abdelaziz,
Yes.
Councilman Hurley,
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan,
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
Living there for 25 years in that area. I have to say, I want to thank Councilman Jackson because I know he also was bringing it up. I'm looking forward to seeing this stop go up. My vote is yes on item number 7 in first reading.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Nix,
Couldn't hear you, Councilwoman.
Councilman Nix, sorry.
I'm sorry, the traffic engineer has, agreed for this one, so my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez,
The vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 8 in favor, 9 against. Let the record reflect that the third vote is vacant. Item number 7 is hereby adopted in first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of December 15, 2020 at 7 p.m.
So, Madam Clerk, before,
Number 8.
before we proceed with number 8, real quick, Councilwoman Mims, there's a hill by, I think it's like 7th Ave. There's a hill close to where we live, close to your house, that anyone that goes through there, you might, a regular person might want to have a stop sign there, but I understand why the traffic engineer said no, that we cannot, because it's a hill, right? Imagine if it's snowing and things of that nature. So I recommend that number 8, I don't want any of us to be held liable, right? If something happens, because we decide to just start putting stop signs everywhere without, and Council colleagues, I'm just entertaining.
But on number 8, Council President.
Number 8 was not recommended
So,
by
hold on.
the traffic engineer.
Why not?
Table it.
No, because, let me vote on it, and let me explain why it's there.
Councilman, I could ask for a motion if I
Okay.
want.
All right, ask for a motion.
I moved it. I moved the motion. So we can bring it back again, bring it back to committee.
Motion, Councilwoman Davila,
Second.
second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
What are we voting on?
Mr. President, I did not read this item into the record, sir.
To table? To table.
No.
No, not to table, sir. You're going too fast, Council President.
I asked
First you have to read it.
I request to remove it from the agenda.
Why we move it to agenda? If the study was,
Madam Clerk, please read it into the record, then we can continue the discussion.
Yes, Mr. President. Next item is item number 8 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing always stop control at the intersection of 17th Avenue and East 21st Street, Department of Public Works.
move,
Well, I have a motion to table, Madam Clerk.
move.
And move the motion. So you moved it.
This is
Council President,
ridiculous.
has the right.
This is ridiculous.
I second that motion to table, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. So moved by myself, second by Councilor Abdelaziz and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call to table, Madam Clerk.
So, we're tabling this to what meeting?
No meeting.
No further notice.
There's a lot of questions for the process of how it got onto the agenda, so I would.
Add to workshop,
Let's ask for the floor. You all get to speak. That's okay.
back to committee, Council President.
So it goes back to committee, and he needs to have an attached recommendation from the traffic engineer. If he doesn't recommend it, then you gotta make your case in a workshop to the council to get on. But that's it, we need to remove it because we were misinformed. We were told last meeting that all these items were approved by the traffic engineer. So, roll call, Madam Clerk, to say, do we have to do a,
No, Mr. President, it's not necessary to table this item. It can just be taken off, so we can just remove all the motion that we had on the floor. It's the first reading, so we can just take it off.
Thank you.
Council President,
Number 9, Councilman Abdelaziz.
I kind of wanted this to come up for a vote because I want the record to reflect and the public to realize what's happening here, right? I really want to know the process of how this gets on to this agenda, right? There's professionals that have degrees. Now, the council people have the right to vote yes or no, how they do. That's our right and that's our elected duty. But I'm starting to see a pattern that certain things are coming on through DPW committee. I don't know what's going on during that committee. I actually removed myself. Now I see why they want to keep it at a certain time. We're not taking recommendations. There's other council people here that wanted stuff on for stop signs, and they go to the traffic engineer. And the traffic engineer gives his recommendation. Now I know on the record that they said no, and that's why I want to come up for a vote. So we have this, there's a pipeline going on that things are just getting thrown on. I would love to know who voted out of committee. I would actually want the traffic engineer to come to a meeting, just like a purchasing agent, to give us his reasoning why not, the professional, moving forward. That should be the protocol. When we have an item on that's not recommended by him, that traffic engineer should be here. If he recommends it, then we don't need him here. He has his report. Right. But why not? We would like to hear from the professionals that have a degree in doing this. And Director, I know you're here to relay the message. I just found out that right now that he didn't approve this. And that's not your fault, Director. I'm not on that committee. In the workshop that didn't come up. But I just think, Council President, we need to know that for the since July till now, if you looked at all the traffic control stuff, a lot of it's been, I would probably say 60 to 70% have been in one area of the city. I would like to, I'm going to request that data from the traffic engineer from July 1st to November. Where's most of the traffic control items that are on our agenda? Any of my council colleagues do not see that pattern. Maybe it's only me.
So Councilman, I've been asking, I always ask the question if it has been recommended by the traffic engineer. The thing that gets to me is that last meeting, the traffic engineer was on vacation, and we were told in the workshop that all of these were approved by the traffic engineer. They actually put it in the body of the resolution, of the ordinance. And I wasn't happy with them, that wasn't enough for me. I wanted to see a signature from the traffic engineer, or something in writing, stating that they approve of this. Then make the decision.
Thank you.
Let's continue, Madam Clerk. Number 9.
Mr. President, item number 7, we still have number 7 on the floor. So are we withdrawing those motions and those on the floor for item number 8, or we can just take it off?
No,
It's okay.
Madam Clerk, I thought we finished voting on number 7.
Oh, we're finished with number 7. I thought you said number 9.
Number 8. We removed number 8.
So number 8 is on the floor.
We removed it.
Okay, but there were quite a bit of motions on there for Councilman Velez. So everyone is withdrawing their motion and their second.
It was only one motion.
There was a motion to continue, but they want a motion to table.
The motion we had was to table. What?
So all those motions are withdrawn, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so we're taking off item number 8, and do we wish to put it back on the workshop of the? No, so just take it off.
Go back to committee, Madam Clerk.
Okay, let me just make a note. All right, should we continue with item number 9 now?
Yeah, number 9.
Next item is item number 9, and item number 9 is for first reading, no public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of Hamilton Avenue and Carroll Street, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Councilman, you know what? Council President, you know.
Oh, I second, sorry, I second it, don't worry, I second it, don't worry.
Something this board, I don't even like, Councilman, you know, after a while, don't you understand that?
Come on, man, this is ridiculous.
Come on, just go ahead. Just go ahead, because there's so much stuff that I have put in the DPW that has not.
Council members, please ask for the floor. Imagine you are home watching this meeting, you have 3 people talking at the same time.
Jesus.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Velez, could you stop unmuting yourself and talking, because I just muted you, you unmuted yourself just to say chief. Could you put it out, please?
Yes, Daddy.
Thank you, Council President. I just, you know, I mean, there's quite a few other things that I have applied, sent it over to DPW. I guess I gotta go through my email again, but, you know, it seemed like certain items, like Councilman Al said, you know, there seemed like more items coming through certain areas than others, because there's some other stuff that I have in here, but I'm glad that the traffic engineer agreed with me on Hampton Avenue and Cal Street. I'm happy that he did. So, with that being said, I appreciate Billy Rodriguez, director, for doing this. But I have a few more, so I'm just gonna send an email out to you guys. What else I was looking for to be brought in.
You're moving right.
Mr. President, if I may, item number 9 is on the floor. Is there a motion and a?
Move it, Madam Clerk.
Okay,
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by myself. Second by Councilwoman Davila, and myself. Roll call, Madam Clerk. I believe the director wants to say something, but I know we're in the middle of a motion.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Cotton, there's a second by Council President and Councilwoman Dawson. Okay, roll call in item number 9 for first reading. May I continue, sir?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, roll call in item number 9 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilman Jahari.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Yes.
Yes, Clerk, I'm sorry.
That's okay, I can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Very good. First of all, I would like to just point out that this is a recommendation. It is not an authority. You know, the council has the authority to vote accordingly on what's best for the community. Sometimes things that the traffic engineer or analysis that the traffic engineer may render may not align with the issues of the public. For example, I've been screaming for the longest time of a mother who was an employee at School 3 and her daughter, who's under 10 years old, was struck by a car, thrown in the air over 12 feet, and less than a week later, another person, an adult, was struck by a car again in the same exact location, and I cannot get the traffic engineer to understand the need to address that troubled area. So this council, who wants to relinquish his authority and responsibility to the public so consistently, is just disappointing. And my apologies for the delay, Madam Clerk. I was still recovering from the yes, Daddy comment, but it's relative. But my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mapes?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, that's number 9. Councilman Durant?
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Durant? Okay, he's not here. Okay. Mr. President?
So, council members, just like Councilman Abdulaziz stated, whenever the traffic engineer doesn't approve of something, we should bring him to the workshop for him to give his reasoning. Now, at that point, we could proceed or not. But I'm not gonna put myself in a situation that I will be making a decision, voting on something that could jeopardize or put the harm of my residents, you know, I don't want my residents to be put in a situation that they could be harmed. That's why I made requests in the past And whenever the traffic engineer doesn't, approve it, I back off. So, sometimes, somebody passes daddy comment, sometimes, your parents, know better. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent, that the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Item number 9 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of December 15, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Madam Clerk, before we continue, the director's been asking for the floor for a while. Director, have the floor.
That's not.
Thank you, Council President. What I don't want anybody to perceive is that the Office of Director in Public Works is leaning towards any council person anyway for any ordinances. Any ordinances that come to our department are sent to our traffic engineer. They're vetted the appropriate way that he's supposed to vet them. Sometimes there are prolonged investigations, whether it's police reports, anything he has to do through the state, anything like that, that may take some time. We take the appropriate action for the citizens of the city of Paterson and putting these ordinances on. Sometimes disapproval that comes through when he doesn't approve of something, and a certain council person or a certain individual in the community still wants it to go through it. That's the council's prerogative. They still have that prerogative. It's only his recommendation, as I stated before. It still get be voted on without his authority. So I just want to put that on record that his approval is only a recommendation. This council still has the last say on anything that is ordinance and becomes law. And that no way, shape, or form is the director's office catering to any one individual at all.
No, yeah, thank you for that, but no one is implying that, to be honest, but we appreciate.
I just want to put it.
No, we appreciate you putting that on the record. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Number 10? Is that number 10, Mr. President?
Yes, number 10, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Next item is item number 10 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a commercial loading zone on Market Street between Colt Street and Church Street, Department of Public Works. Is there a motion?
Council President?
Councilman Davila.
Councilwoman Mims,
Is there a second on this, Mr. President? There's a motion on the floor by Councilman Davila. Did I have a second?
No, we don't have a second, so we don't have to discuss it, we have a second.
Second.
So Councilman Jackson seconded, Councilwoman Mims, I guess you want discussion?
So, this particular item, this location, this ordinance is to establish a commercial loading zone on Market Street between Colt and Church Street. So I just want to familiarize the city of Paterson, and I'm sure for those that are on social media, especially from our community improvement departments, there have been over 100 violations at this particular business, because this is the location on Market Street, across the street from City Hall, that has the mattresses and the furniture on the sidewalk. On the Councilwoman Davila, I have the floor. They have their mattresses and their furniture on the floor. There are over 100 violations at this location. I don't believe, we can vote on it. I don't believe, this is almost like, this is a commercial loading zone. Why would we give them anything in addition when they keep violating the ordinances that are on the books? This is an everyday occurrence. I have to commend Director Gilmore for consistently with his inspectors being out there. I had some comments at the last meeting, but I reached out just to get some data on how many violations they have had at that location, and it is consistently, I know we're on social media, and I'm sure we all see it when they post it, and we are right at City Hall, and we all see it. I believe there needs to be, and that information, Madam VA, if you can pull that data and have it sent to all the council members, I think there needs to be a conversation with the owner of this establishment, but to give them a commercial loading zone, is just gonna give them free reign to now have the mattresses lay across like across in front of their door so that they can park there. So, I mean, Council President, I would like to move to remove this item from the agenda, until these violations and the business owner understands that the outside curb is not where you sell your furniture, it is inside of your store. It is an obstruction and it's a clear violation.
So, Council President, I wanted to remove my motion, that's why when you were saying I remove it.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Davila, I'm sorry.
So, if we get a first, because Councilwoman just removed it, we will have to entertain a vote if we get someone to move it. Councilman Jackson seconded.
I take back my motion.
Okay, so you don't have,
She's withdrawing her motion.
I'm withdrawing my motion because I didn't realize that was the business, and you are correct. I think the mayor and the BA and everyone that enters City Hall sees the constant infractions of that business, and it seems as though they don't care.
you know what's crazy? In one of my events, there was a lady telling me that her father got 5 summons for paving so you have cars parked in grass, right? In grass, I guess, yards, which is illegal. This guy tried to beautify his whole property. I understand he was not under the law, he should have gotten a permit, but he put all his pavers. He got not 1 ticket, he got 5 tickets. But then, in front of City Hall, right? And that's what I always said, you gotta lead by example, right? They turned the eye, so I'm not gonna prolong it. It doesn't have a second. I would love to continue.
I remove it.
Let me just stop myself. Let's just continue, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
We didn't have a first and a second, so.
So Councilman Davila has requested to remove her motion.
Yes.
There's no motion on the floor for item number 10, so item number 10 is off. Move on to item number 11.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
I have no issue with removing my motion, my second. It was, given just so we can, get to the level of having a discussion. But I would be remiss if I allow this moment to pass while we're giving credit and accolades to Director Gilmore for his due diligence. Many times his work goes in vain because there were over $10,000 in tickets dismissed for this particular business, and I'm not sure what the interest of the administration was to do so. But again, here's a habitual infraction where the business owner has no regard for the community. And once again, where is the level of accountability from this council to this administration? We sit here and play this game each and every night, and right across the street from City Hall, this business disregards the laws that this council puts in place. And when a member of this administration ventures to do his job and hold him accountable, he's slapped back in position. That is something to be concerned about. And I wanted to make sure that was clear and that was put on record as well. But I remove my second as well, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Okay, so we're moving on to item number 10, Mr. President. 11, I'm sorry. Next item is item number 11 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. I will read the streets. Give me a second, please. And the streets, 821 East 22nd Street, 1091 East 22nd Street, 558 East 24th Street, 690 East 25th Street, 733 East 26th Street, 451 East 32nd Street, 107 Albion Avenue, and the 96 North 3rd Street, Department of Public Works. May I have a motion?
So move, Madam Clerk.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Continue.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 11 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilman Tahardi.
Yes.
Oh, Councilman, thank you. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilman Tahardi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Davila. Councilwoman Zappel. Okay, Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez. Okay, Mr. President.
So, it's my turn, right? So,
Yes, Mr. President, yes.
Councilman Velez is telling me he's trying to get back on, but his Zoom is giving him a message.
Okay.
So we have to Ryan. So,
I'll get Ryan too.
my vote is, have him stop by my office. My vote is, yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
And,
Okay,
go ahead, Madam Clerk. I'll
Okay.
say something until you finish.
okay, the vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Item number 11 is hereby adopted as first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting, December 15, 2020 at 7 p.m. Thank you.
No, number 12, Madam Clerk.
Okay, move on to the 12. Next item is item number 12 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance vacating approximately 200 feet at the dead end of Maple Street, adjacent to Hinchley Stadium, Department of Public Works. Is there a motion?
I don't know who did this.
So moved.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
A motion, Councilman Mims. Is there a second?
Ali.
I didn't get the second, Mr. President. Who was
I was talking to one of the tech guys.
Okay. Is there a motion for item number, a second for item number 12?
Yes.
Okay.
Second by Councilman Abdelaziz.
For second?
Second by Councilman Abdelaziz.
Abdelaziz, thank you.
So, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 12 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Council President.
Yes.
Nation, vacating, what is that exactly, is that supposed to mean?
So Councilman, we had that discussion in workshop, and we're in the middle of roll call. Actually, no, let's have a discussion, nobody had voted yet. Discussion, go ahead, Councilman Jackson, you have the floor.
I'm asking for an explanation. What does vacating Maple Street mean?
So, Director?
I give you a brief, we're trying to get Fred on right now. I think Ryan's trying to get him on. It's the Maple, the dead end of, where the school board has their facilities, garage at, to vacate that property for the Hitchcock Stadium, project.
Once again, I'm a bit unclear on what this vacate exactly is supposed to mean.
It won't be a access road no more. It'll belong to the Hitchcock, project.
Mm-hmm.
So this road will no longer be a city road, is what you're saying,
Yes.
and it will be owned by the developers who are doing the Hitchcock Stadium project.
Yes.
Where did we vote? I'm sorry, Councilman Jackson, you continue, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to understand what is being done in exchange for this. I mean, it's a city road that we're rendering to an outside entity to have full control, and what is the return to the public? I mean, how is it that the council and the administration so chooses to render public property to private entities without any return value or explained return value to the public? No dollar amount, no. I mean, here we are, Council President, which you alluded to a few weeks ago, that I was making an arrangement to do a private deal for friends of mine, for people who I don't know or having a relationship with, and this is something that is just being shuffled by. A street being turned over to a private entity without explanation. I'm trying to get a level of clarity on this, of what the benefit is, outside of the fact that the developer in the Hitchcock Stadium project would benefit, possibly. But what is the benefit to the residents of the First Ward? And as the First Ward councilman, when was I consulted, and when was at least a community meeting brought together to discuss this with the residents in the area who are paying taxes on these properties and are entitled to access to all the public city roads.
Oh, so Councilman Jackson, you'll get an answer from them right now, but in the four, whereas, Director, he says that street vacation is deemed to be in the general public interest of the city of Paterson and its citizens, right? We had a discussion last workshop meeting. Is this the street that's right there, almost in front of the entrance of Hinchcliffe Stadium? That's what I was told. It's being used like a parking lot right now, but it's
Yes,
not actually a street. Is that the one?
yes, if Ryan can hear me, Fred's trying to get on so he can explain.
So Councilman Jackson, last time in workshop, I was told that street is actually the parking space that is right, literally after the entrance of Hinchcliffe Stadium, right there to the right of it.
These parking spots.
So they use it as a parking lot. They use it right now.
I know exactly what street it is, Council President.
Okay, so the way it was explained to us is right now it's being used as a parking lot. The only thing I'm confused about, Director, is that the only part that's still owned by the city? Like everything else is part of the national park, or which part is owned by the national park?
Well,
And which part is part of Hinchcliffe Stadium?
maybe Madam Biega have better clarity for me, but from what I understand, that's all still owned by the city of Paterson. Marion Claimer Park, that whole area, except for the 2-acre grassland and the buildings that the Water Commission own, is owned by the commission, but everything else is still owned by the city of Paterson.
Yeah, I'm confused about that. Come in. Anyone else?
If you want to wait, Fred's trying to get on it. I don't know
In the future, we have to have any parties. That's why I asked for Harry to be present at the workshops. Was Fred, I think Fred was Fred there at the workshop, last workshop?
yes, he was.
Okay, I guess we didn't have that question at that workshop, but new questions come up all the time.
Yes, I understand.
So let's, any other concerns or comments from my colleagues before Fred goes on? If not, we're gonna have to go for a vote then, but go ahead, Councilwoman Cotton.
Hey, you know what, my understanding, because I have a few vacated streets in my area, especially down in the Buckley Hills section. Now, my understanding is this, well, once Fred come on, is it the entire street or is just a part of the street? Well, what's he on? I'm not quite sure, but,
Come down from when you come off of the you know how you make the right off of Wayne Ave, and you come down, I believe that's Walnut, and you make the left up Maple to the right where the parking is at, where the big gate is to get into Hinchcliffe.
right?
Right there, from that gate to the right.
I'm here, Billy.
Okay, so I can still turn down Maple if I wanna go to the side,
Yes.
I mean, that part is open, so only thing we're closing off is really, there's nowhere to go from there anyhow. Once you make that right, if you're coming down the hill from, remember the hot dog place or wherever, you come down the hill and you make a right, there's nothing there, maybe 300 or 400 feet.
The engineer's on now, though, Fred could to speak to.
And as long as they can still make that left, I mean, I can't see it, as long as they can still make that left.
Good evening, everybody. The only piece that's involved is the small section that's really used more like a parking area, that small little half a block dead end area. Just to the right, if you're making the turn, going up Maple. It really is a very, very small piece, not on the through road.
And what is the purpose, Mr. Mulgrew? Why is this portion of the city road needed? Obviously, it's a very heavily used area. In fact, it's one of the few areas that utilize to access Mary Ellen Kramer Park. And that section stays congested with primarily Paterson residents because many of the outside residents don't venture to go beyond the Wayne Avenue Bridge. But why exactly are we being asked to vacate this road?
I haven't seen the plans, Councilman, and it is only, as I said, the small portion that's used mainly as a parking lot adjacent to the stadium. But it's my understanding that the developer needs that for the redevelopment project that they're doing at the stadium.
You know what, Council President? Forgive me. Let me remove my concern. I already know this council, and obviously everyone else is going to bend over. They don't even have the decency to tell us, to show us a plan of what it's going to. What are you slapping your hand on the desk for? I have a moment to speak. Allow me a moment to speak. And it's obvious with the way you're going to vote, and everyone else is going to just bend over for, we're going to hold them accountable soon. When is this soon going to be? They come forward and give a plan to vacate a street without even showing us what it's for. It's ridiculous. Go ahead and do as you please.
Sure. So, Councilman Jackson, I could be, but I don't entertain that. I'm here to handle city business. Councilman Jackson started the right way. That's what I meant before. An affected council member convinces his council to go a certain way. He started the right way, but then he became disgruntled again, like always, right? I have the same concerns he has now. This was discussed in workshop. Now, more things have started coming, to me now. For example, Hinchcliffe Stadium is owned by the district, correct?
Yes.
So we're given, they have a lease on Hinchcliffe Stadium, right? We're given a piece of property now to the developer. Am I correct or no? Just correct me.
Council, President, let me just state that this ordinance originated out of community development, and just because it's a street vacation, that's why it came to Department of Public Works.
I have another question. Is Mike Powell on vacation? I haven't seen him in a while, in a long time. How come he's no longer attending the meetings? Is something? I haven't seen him in a while, actually.
Council President, he's been here, but the item that in question didn't come from, economic development. The item in question is from community development.
Part of the project, though. Anything that has to do with that project, he had his hands on it. He's aware of the detail. Even if he doesn't come out of his committee or his department, he's aware of it. He's aware of every detail of that project. So, is there anyone here from community development? The administration could, Madam VA, it's on your agenda, so, or our agenda, but it's your item that you guys are recommending.
Sure, I can't speak to the specifics of it, other than what I know from our engineer and the details of the use would be in connection to the stadium.
Correct. And why?
Well, Council President, I mean, and maybe they can answer it, but I thought that we put a stipulation for, number one, in the language of the agreement that we're not gonna give the developer any of the property, and they can't resell it. That was a stipulation by Councilman Abdelaziz. He made the recommendation and we added it to the language of the agreement. I don't know if it ties to this, but that was something that was added and we voted on it.
This is not part of the agreement, though. The agreement we had was based on the stadium.
Right, but this resolution came out of, once what we voted on, this went before the planning board, and this was one of the variances that came out of that, and then it went through community development, and then it had to come before us as a council, because they were not aware that it was a part of the city property versus the school. That's why it's before us.
If I may add something, just so that you're aware, there's also a utility easement that we are retaining because we have a sewer line that goes across that portion as well. So they won't be able to build anything over it. So the use for the developer would be very limited.
So, that's fine, but the situation here also now, the public's not gonna have any accessibility to this area. It says it in the resolution, it says it in the ordinance.
We are looking to vacate the street, that is correct, sir.
Any other comments, council members?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman.
Council President, you said you said in the resolution, they said the public can't use that spot because like the engineer said, you can't build nothing on top of it because you got the sewer line there.
They can put a fence if they want to, nobody can pass through there. It's gonna become private property now.
Yeah, but where's it at in the resolution?
That's it right there, it's the. Oh, hold on. So right now, hold on, I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Okay.
I think it's the third whereas. No, that's not it, that's not it.
No, that's not it, no.
No, that's not it.
You said you saw it in there. I don't see it, Council.
I'll tell you right now, just continue, you guys can continue the discussion if you want.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, you know what? If they, but I'm saying, once they put the, do the building for the Hitchcliff and the other stuff in there. Is Fred, you still there, Fred?
Yes, I am, Councilwoman.
What actually could it be, a parking spot or something, Fred, there?
They just couldn't use it for anything that would be, where anything would be constructed upon it. They could use it for parking, they could use it for access, they could use it for, just space against the structure, where they would be, landscaping it, anything really that's not an invasive use, they would have the ability to use it for.
Okay.
Right.
I would hope that maybe, like, when they start having stuff out there, that they let the vendors go out there and use the spot.
Well,
to sell items and stuff. I mean, that would be ideal in that little spot there.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What's the urgency of this being done now? They don't even have a shovel in the stadium right now.
The only thing I was told, Council President, is that they need to get everything in place and get the project under construction by the end of the year. It has something to do with their financing.
Yeah, but they're not constructing outside. They're not constructing the area.
It's part of their overall project. I don't know how their financing would be affected by this one piece.
Council President.
We still don't have the financing. We haven't gotten, we requested to get an update of where we are with all these projects. Did we ever get an update?
Council President, yes, the request was made at the last meeting on Thursday, and we told Director Powell, and he is putting that together.
How many projects do you have?
For all the ERC projects?
Yes.
What is it, the 5 total, including some of the parking authority projects?
So it takes you 7 days to find out the status of each, when we should be abreast as a city. We gave $130-something million. We should know play by play whatever's happening with these projects.
But I think part of it was that it was, Councilwoman Mims had asked for an update on the Hinchliff project in detail. And again, this is Tuesday, that was just last Thursday. But I do know I spoke with Director Powell about it personally, so he is putting that together.
Okay.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Well, if any of you are familiar with the corner of Ann Street and Governor, after you come across Straight Street, and you pass the trestle on the right-hand side,
there's a small street that was a continuation from Ann Street that crossed over. Years ago, the mayor, Graves, rendered or vacated the street for the current owner or the then owner, which then fenced off the street. As council president talked about a moment ago, the owner, once they become the owner, the process of vacating a street is rendering ownership. And once they become the owner, they can do whatever it is that they please with the property, and there'll be nothing that the council can say. All of that has to be spelled out in the agreement prior to the agreement being made. The mere fact that there's an attempt to bring an item such as this through the council without an explanation, where no one here understands exactly what's going to be utilized, or what it be utilized for, is an example of the respect that not only the developer doesn't have, but the administration doesn't have either. That they know this council is going to rubber stamp whatever it is that they bring forward. So, listen, we can move this forward as you all see fit. Obviously, you know, I've been in the minority before. I will continue to be in the minority when necessary. And this right here is an example of how bad things are here. With no explanation, we're just going to render ownership to a street. It's typical.
So the administration, I gave you the opportunity to provide an explanation.
Yeah, Council President, if I could just
Yes, please.
jump in here a second, I got some further detail. I do know, and this speaks to some of what the engineer was saying, that some of this is going to be continued to be used for as like a drop-off point for the stadium. So it's just a roadway in a similar way to what it is now, but making sure that there's access, you know, for the stadium as part of the development projects at that point, you know, just kind of better circulation for people to drive in, do a drop off for, you know, attendees at the stadium and come out. So I believe that's part of what the plan is. And that was, I believe, what was presented as part of the planning board meeting.
So Madam DA, but right now it's a public road. They could do that now. So why do we have to give it to someone for them to use it in this manner? It is open to the public right now.
Right.
If we want to put restrictions in the future, the council could vote on those restrictions of, you know, the usage there. Like if we don't want anybody parking there, we could just vote on assigning that area no parking zone. So I need a better, for you guys to get my vote on this, I need a better explanation. You know, he made it to the workshop. New questions have come up here. Now the job of the administration is to be prepared to answer the question to convince us. Mr. Powell is logging in right now, I see him. So let me give Director Powell an opportunity, although you stated it didn't come from his department, but I know if he has to do with Hinchcliffe, he's familiar with it, I'm assuming. Director Powell, please.
So, I mean, are we talking about the vacationing of the street on Maple Street? Yeah, so this is just a turnaround that is ultimately designed to help drop people off with the ultimate construction of the site. And at the end of the day, this is just something that helps us get the project forward.
But what I'm saying is, how does it change that now? Right now it's open to the public, and it's a city road. So why would we have to give it to a developer? Explain that to me.
Well, it's a turnaround that's going to happen there at the site where you currently have a parking spot that is owned by the city, and then we're building a parking garage on the other side of it. So ultimately, the idea is that there's going to be plenty of parking, and this is just about getting permits. We really don't want to like hold this up.
You know, we just don't understand, and that's why we asked for you to come here. We don't understand why this is needed though for the project. We just don't get it. Like right now, it's a public road. You don't see
the road doesn't end. It's the parking area that's on Maple Street.
We know, but we still giving it to a developer that haven't even broke ground yet, right? So my question is, you don't see the city of New York or New York City vacating some of the streets for Yankee Stadium?
Well, no, you do all the time, but actually, you're vacating actually just like what's currently a parking lot, so it can become a turnaround. So I don't understand the point.
Why can't it be a turnaround now?
Well, that's the point of construction.
Yeah, but why can't the council vote a turnaround, basically change the function of that.
That's what the vacation does. That's the whole point.
Councilman, Director, I just don't see.
I wish I was a councilman. I wish I was.
Yeah, we'll be here until like 3 in the morning, longer than now. So Director, we just don't, give us a better explanation and then I will continue to ask you any questions or,
Well, it's again, the point is it's currently like a derelict slice of land / parking that's going to become a turnaround for folks to drop people off. And because we now have a parking garage that's going to be on the other side, it's a better use of the whole facility. And it's just a street vacation that helps us do that. And to not do it now, I just think, I don't know. I mean, whatever you want to do, Council President.
I don't believe it's parking lot anyway.
Was that?
I don't believe by ordinance it's a parking lot.
It's not.
It's not, yeah, but exactly, it's not a parking lot right now. We could just put signs for no one to park there, and they could still use it as a drop-off. I just don't see what changes, is the point that I'm trying to make. All we're doing is giving them the piece of land. It doesn't change anything right now. It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to say. If you don't want people to park there, we just put a no parking, no parking signs all over, and people don't park there. It's a city road.
Right, Council, because technically, Council President, they're not supposed to be parking there anyway.
Understood, but you don't, they're using it as a parking lot. If we want to put a sign there, then we have a towing, we get cars towed. But I just don't see why we have to give that to the developers.
I think it's a street vacation, which is not, we're not giving things away. I think it's tied to, and Fred can probably talk about this better, which is, it's about right of way as it relates to the ability to have access to, I think, the sewer and the street and the turnaround. I mean, it's just a portion of like how you get the development done. It's not controversial. I don't understand.
All right, so we already discussed it enough, right? If you want to add something, but I think we're ready to vote. We don't have, enough. You just haven't given us a good reason why we should do this. That's my opinion.
Okay.
If it's for the purpose, if we're giving it to them to use it for the purpose that you're stating, we could do that here as a council. We could just do whatever we want with that street.
Well, Billy, is there? I mean, I can't remember. It's not. I'm not in charge of like ultimately this angle. But I think that Fred and the city engineer, there is a justifiable reason for it, which is what we probably should have talked about during workshop. But I'm happy to write a memo and do whatever we have to do to like make the case. But there's a reason we're doing what we're doing. We're not just like trying to execute something.
The reason should be staying here while the public is watching. What's the reason? Tell us now.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, is that I think that the point is that it's tied to access rights, ultimately tied to, utilities, and ultimately tied to a turnaround that's ultimately decided in. But, I think
that they can't build a structure on it, so they can do landscaping, they can do easement for it.
So right now we're voting this for first reading, right? It seems, the thing that gets to me is we voted a disagreement, and every time we turn around, we gotta give them something else in order for them to do the project. We just gave them a whole bunch of grant money, right? Over $1 million before, because they needed it. It was part of the capital stack. You recall? Home dollars we gave them? And all of a sudden,
Exactly.
Was that?
Exactly.
So I haven't seen a shovel yet, but they cannot continue with the project until they get additional things from us. I just don't get it.
Well, it's a series of steps, Council President. There's never, climbing a mountain doesn't happen in one full swoop. You have to climb each and every ledge. And so, this is where we are.
Well, you know what? The field was level for them. They never had a mountain. We gave them so much. We gave them everything. They shouldn't be climbing anything right now. Councilman Abdulaziz.
So Director, I know it's been going on and on. So I'm looking at the Maple Street right now, Google Maps. What's the plan for this developer? What do you guys have it? What are they gonna do there? Connecting the parks?
What at Maple Street, it's a turnaround. I mean, I believe there's a map and an overlay that was provided to council.
I know what it is. What's the plan for it? What's the plan for that land? If I'm vacating.
They're gonna drop off people there. They could do
Yeah,
that.
it's a circular drop off so that people can come in and drop off and go. And then we have the parking garage on the other side. There's a map for it and everything. Did you guys see it? It was all provided to council.
So Director, if it's only gonna be a drop off, like an easement to go in, why can't it be a public access point?
It will be.
No, it won't. If we do this, it won't be. It is now. It will not be public.
So if we're having, I see what you're, I actually thought we were gonna vacate it to make it like a grand plaza entrance, and that's where, that's the out,
There's a map. All I know is I've seen a plan. I mean, I'm not, Billy, you tell me what you think, but my understanding is that there's a U-turn that's been overlaid, which is currently like a piece of slab concrete, which is now going to be a turnaround for what's going to be the entrance point for people that want to drop off. But you also are going to have another entry point on the other side of the stadium, which is by the parking lot.
Director, I understand that. So, say that again, Director?
I said we're landscaping on the outer bound of the turnaround.
So, my question is, if it's gonna be vehicles, right now there's cars there, why do they just want control over the access point? Are they gonna close that when the stadium's not being used?
Well, that's a city engineering question. I think it was tied to Fred. I can't do everything. I believe that it was tied to the fact that they need ultimate control of the site in order to have the ability to do that. So that's my understanding. But
Right, is that necessarily true?
I'm not sure why they need the control in order to do the improvements that they're talking about. It might be a restriction associated with their funding. That information wasn't provided to us. The only thing I know is that they requested the vacation. However, the city will be retaining a utility easement, as will some of the other utility owners, so that it limits what can be constructed on that section of property.
So anytime you vacate a piece of property, Director, when you vacate a street, there's a plan, right? We had a street vacation by Cavanta that they wanted to, because they had two buildings, right, and a road going in between, and they wanted to connect that and keep that as their access, their control over it. That's what most street vacations do. In Passaic, there was a railroad going down between two parks. A developer owned that strip. The city took it to connect the parks, right? Here, you're telling me they're just gonna drive through, make a U-turn, put a little island in the middle, if I'm not mistaken. That's a roadway. We're just putting a little island in the middle, putting curbs in the outside. I don't understand why do we have to hand over property other than not having control. So if you're telling me, if I'm the developer, the reason I want it vacated to me, because I want control of that access. So for example, that's going to be gated in, and it's only going to be used when I have events at the stadium. As a developer, that's why I want to vacate. So that means that road can't be a drop-off for people that are having an event at Mary Ellen Kramer Park to drop off items are set up over there for the public. If you do that street vacation, right, as we're stating, someone can't use that. Am I correct, Fred? If it goes to the person that we vacated to, correct, Fred?
We will give up our control over that property, other than whatever we retain in terms of an easement.
Sure.
But as I mentioned, the only reason I can think of, Councilman, why they would need to have the street vacated is in order to do any of the improvements. It might be a requirement of the funding associated with that.
But Fred, with all due respect to Councilwoman Mizgiri, when we look at funding, HMFA or HFMA, whatever, it's usually conducted with housing, apartments, capital money coming in. I don't think these funding are gonna say you need a wraparound. I've seen developments come up and say, hey, you want a pickup drop off where we do a no parking so that they can have access? Yeah. I just don't think they can do the improvements. We could put no parking, we could pass an ordinance around that whole wraparound saying it's just pickup drop off zone, if that's what they want. I don't know why we're gaining access to that. If you came to us, Director, and stated they're gonna do a Jackie Robinson Grand Plaza, right? Like they have a City Field where that's gonna be the entrance and people are gonna congregate there. That's gonna be something you're connecting Mary Ellen Clark to Hinchcliffe, and there's a plaza. I would actually love to see that. But to have cars just go around and give full control of that and not allow the public, Councilwoman Mims, I know you've done plenty of events at Mary Ellen Crane Park, and I'm assuming most people, the DJs, the people getting dropped off, are using that entrance. So,
I don't see it as restrictive, but yeah, okay. I mean,
there
I
is.
guess you guys. I guess you guys. Okay, but we can provide more information.
So are we gonna, Councilwoman Mims?
So I agree with all of the dialogue. I think this was a conversation that, I asked, Director Powell could tell you, I said the same thing to him. And I'm just grateful that you all are saying the exact same thing. I'm gonna put it back on the floor from last week. We need a full update on what's going on with the Hinchcliffe Stadium project. Before we support any other items, we need to understand where we are. We voted on this item, it's been months, I've known we went before HFMA, but we need a clear outline, not just for the council, but for the public to understand where we are, because and then I agree, this could be a DPW item that could be done internally, but we don't need to give anything else away that the city owns. We just don't need to do that. There's ways that this can be done without that, and then when you bring this before the council, you have to make sure that you present your case. But to be able to give it away when we don't own the land anyway, the school district owns the property. So they're at least, we don't want to give them anything. At the end of the day, I get the planning board, their mindset as far as variance and the land use laws, that's understandable. But this can be done through DPW. It does not have to be that we give away anything additional. They've gotten enough. Nothing additional. I believe this item could be done, Council President, through DPW, where it can be done differently without all of this language about giving any type of vacating of any type of streets away. And people use that park for other things, so we're not giving away Mary Ellen Park because we're building up Hinchcliffe Stadium. So we have to make sure that although, developers are coming in to beautify that area, which we're waiting for, we want to understand, where do we stand? Is there going to be a shovel in the ground before the snow starts? What has happened? What's been approved? What's not approved? What's still lingering? Because this is one of many items that have come before us over the last maybe 4 weeks that we keep saying this goes with this. Is an extended grant, but that goes to that. So we need to know what else is needed, what's left, what else is needed, and it needs to be presented, Council President, before the entire council, and the community needs to hear it as well. Thank you, Council President.
So at this time, well, actually, you got Councilwoman Cotton. We can't hear you.
Yeah, no, like I had stated before, I had a couple, I had about 3 or 4 in my ward vacated street, but, like Councilman Al said, there were businesses that had a business across the street. Now, they should have had said what they really needed for, and until they say that, why they need it, because, Mary Ellen Kramer Park is on the other side of it, but I think that they needed to make sure they wrote it down somewhere in the body of the ordinance or somewhere of what they actually would need that, because, once we vacate it, no, we're not gonna be able to use it. I can see that now, so. With that being said, when you're gonna need something, you gotta come with the full picture of what you need it for. Thank you, Council President.
We have a motion, we have a first and a second. And I just hope, Director Pablo leaves so he can give us an update of what's going on with Hitchcock Stadium. So, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
we do a roll call?
Yes, Mr. President. Can you hear me, Mr. President?
Yes.
Okay, good. Roll call on item number 12 for first reading, Councilman Abdelaziz. Let me.
No.
Did you say no, Councilman?
No.
No, thank you. Councilman Traherney? Okay.
You voted no, but just, we couldn't hear you.
We couldn't hear him, Councilman.
Could you repeat that again?
Wow.
Well, he's having problems, so it seems. Okay.
He said, go like this. Or. No.
Yes, you can do that. Yeah, Councilman, thank you, Councilman Traherney. Councilwoman Khan?
No.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So last night, I held my monthly First Ward community meeting, and we did it on location on Temple Street in front of the 60 Temple, the recreation center, the former recreation center, on Temple Street across from the old Christopher Columbus housing projects. And a former resident of those housing projects came over to me and said that a woman came outside and told our health department employees who gave them authority to run a test, because they were doing COVID testing, on the sidewalk in front of 60 Temple. Now, this is a non-resident who came outside and chastised Paterson residents who are employed by the city and said, who gave you authority to do this test here? We don't want this here. She's a non-Paterson resident who has control over the what was once a community recreation center that housed outlets for children in our community that do not do that any longer. That building is under lock and key, and you can only get it with special permission. And this is why the condition of our community has changed. So I'm happy that this item is failing, but I'm still not content with how we allow things to happen in our community. And I'll say this lastly, the planning board has been, as the council's a rubber stamp for all of these items, the planning board has been a sanitary napkin for all of the nonsense going on in this community, as we're being overrun because not one project fails with the planning board. You cannot do anything of this nature in any other surrounding community. And with that being said, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Names?
Okay, sorry about that. So, when you want to when it comes to, items such as this one, an ordinance that's being presented before us with some of the details, we have to make sure that the parties involved, they are able to explain it in totality, what the need is, what's the purpose, and what's the connectivity to the project. The hard sell at this juncture is because there's no shovel in the ground. We need to get a full detailed outline as to where we are. But in this case of this particular item number 12, it's kind of like one person believes it's this, one person believes it's that, and it's kind of like, no, it's kind of like, okay, we're doing a ring around the rosies, and we should not have to do that. We should know exactly what this is for, why is it needed, and how does it benefit the residents in the city of Paterson. Not benefit developers, not benefit outsiders, how does this help the residents in the city? And so that wasn't fully explained. Now, my prayer is that when it comes back before the council, or if it goes through committee, I'm not sure if it even went to a committee, but, in DPW, was this, that's another question. I don't know if it went to committee, because this has public
It
works.
did. It went to committee and it went to workshop.
Okay, so it went to committee, I'm not sure what was discussed or whatever, but the discussion today was not as clear as, proposed, and so, with that being stated, I can't support it at this time. We have to definitely work on the delivery, and be on one page as to what the purpose is, what it's for, and I'm gonna put it back on record again, that there needs to be a full outline of steps as to what's going on with the Hinchcliffe Stadium project. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So to the viewers at home, and to my council colleagues also, this is a clear example. When you make your point as a council person, and, and you're able to convince your colleagues to go a certain way. So Councilman Jackson started, the line of questioning, and we followed. The administration was not able to provide a valid reason for doing this, and that's why this item failed. At this time, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 6 against, 2 absent. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Item number 12 fails.
So let's continue, Madam Clerk. Let's do the consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. President. Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda items. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 13 through 44. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter. Do I have a motion?
So move, Madam Clerk.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, do we have a second? We have a second.
Is there okay.
I see Councilman, I'm gonna have to talk to Ryan, the wrong person got muted.
Yeah, he said yes.
I think Gilman is saying yes.
I did. I watched tape clips. Yeah. Let me ask Ryan to double check. May I consider with the vote, Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. I hope I have. Okay. Roll call on items 13 through 44 on the non-consent agenda. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilman Abdulaziz, did you say yes?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I think I heard you. Thanks, Councilman. Councilman Tahari?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Councilwoman Khan? Councilwoman Khan?
Amen.
Okay.
I think they didn't say it muted me, that's why I waited for the call.
Councilman Jackson?
Same.
Okay. Abstain, Councilman? Can you repeat, please?
Yes, abstain.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. President?
Yes.
Okay. The vote is 4 in favor, 1 abstain, 3 absent. The record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, items 13 through 44, the consent agenda is hereby adopted. Okay, Mr. President, do you want to move on to 45?
45.
Next item is item number 45, resolution reappointing Mr. Stephen B. Merritt as a constable of the city of Paterson, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby and Conley, City Council Resolution 2642.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Roll call, yes, sir. Roll call on item number 45 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Just continue, Madam. I don't see his name here.
Okay. Councilman Jahardi?
Sure, if Councilwoman Khan is reappointing this gentleman, that he's a stand-up individual and a person that will adhere and promote the city of Paterson. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I gotta say, Stephen Bayrat has been with me from day one. He's truly a community person. He loves his community. He does so many other volunteers with all other organizations here in the city of Patterson. And it's truly an honor to have him with me and for me to be able to appoint him as one of our constables here in the city of Patterson. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, and I call him the boss man. My vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Councilman Mims?
Yes, so, Steve is great. He has been really out there volunteering, giving his service to the community, doing an amazing job, and even training those that are coming on new. So I commend Councilwoman Cotton in this appointment. I congratulate Steve, well deserved. Keep up the great work. Keep moving this great city of Patterson forward. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 3 absent. That the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Item number 45 is hereby adopted.
Number 6, Madam Clerk?
46?
Yeah, 46.
Next item is item number 46, resolution authorizing budget transfer state transition year 2020, finance resolution 2643. There a motion?
There was a second, man.
So move, I'll move it. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman, Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 46 for approval, Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilman Jahardi? Councilman? Okay, he said yes, okay. Councilwoman Khan?
Yeah.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know this is a very traditional exercise, but my confidence and faith in what's being done, especially budgetarily, is very low at the moment. I just don't feel comfortable with supporting something as simple as this when I'm watching the consistent disregard of the public's best interest and the council's authority. So, with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Just out of curiosity, how many people have voted? I think this resolution needs, how many votes, March?
That's, 6.
You need 6, right?
Yes, 2/3, yeah.
I don't even think we have 6 people here, so it's almost possible. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna pass anyway, so, but I have some, it is normal practice. I'm not too happy with what is going on, but this was discussed, last meeting. My vote is yes, it's not gonna mean anything, right now, could have just voted no. But my vote is yes, but it's not gonna have the votes right now anyway.
Yeah, the vote is 4 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. The record reflect the third ward is vacant. Item number 46 that requires 6 votes. Item number 46 failed.
So, just so you know, council colleagues, two of the council members that just logged off and, have not given us any reason why. One of them, logged off earlier. I logged them off earlier, one of them. But there was 2 of them that just decided to log off. And, the person that I disconnected earlier, I actually texted him that he could come back, but he needs to help us keep the decorum of the meeting, he was interrupting everyone, and that's why the action was taken. But I did ask him, and I called Ryan several times to try to get him back in, and Ryan contacted Councilmember Les, and he told him that he didn't want to come back in. But the other two council members, are not here. So I don't know what you guys are gonna do, the administration, regarding the transfers. The only legal way to spend money is through the budget. If you don't have money in those items, I wanna know how you're gonna pay the salaries for those employees. Hopefully, we get some reimbursements from the COVID expenditures that we have, and is able to cover some of those. I don't think that reflects any reimbursements at all in those accounts.
Council President,
Yes, Mark.
I'd like to ask to see if we could put it on the meeting next week, November 17th, because there is a transfer included in this budget transfer to pay for a large insurance liability claim.
So
Thank you.
we could have that discussion tomorrow. Yeah, we could have that discussion. Madam Clerk, when do you have to advertise that?
I already did.
So it cannot be added. It's a special meeting.
I can find out from the newspaper. I can add it, but I can find out from the newspaper if I send it tomorrow. Hopefully they're able to put it in, publish it for statute. I'll have to check on the dates tomorrow.
Sounds good. All right.
Tomorrow is Wednesday. We're not here. Thursday, if I send it to the newspaper, I'm sure it's not going to go into society.
Madam Clerk, I apologize for cutting you off, but there are only 4 council people that I'm seeing on my screen. Maybe I'm miscounting.
Well, I think Councilman Jackson is still active, right, Councilman Jackson?
No.
You might have left right now.
Well,
So the meeting is now, there is no further meeting, you don't have quorum.
you don't have a quorum.
Right. So 47. He just must have logged off. So we didn't take care of 47, 53, 54, 55, and that was it.
But there's, 47, you're correct, and 53 and 55.
Council President,
53, 54, and 55.
Council President. I know that,
He just told me that he's in the waiting room, but I don't see him.
who's that?
Councilman Abdulaziz.
He's in the waiting room. Why he's in the waiting room?
Yeah.
He must have been disconnected. Actually, he's there. Let me admit him.
If he comes back, yeah, we should be good. 1, 2.
I just added someone, so I don't know if that's him.
I'm here.
Yeah, let me just say something that, may I please, Council President? You know, I mean, I'm just saying to my council members, you got Council President's cell phone number. If something happens and you need to go and you can't come back on, at least you gotta let Council President know. You know, anytime anything can happen to any one of us that we have to leave out on an emergency or something. So you can't always assume that it's gonna be 5 people. So just be cordial to all of us here, and to everybody got your cell number, Council President. Just if you're gonna leave, text Council President, say I have to leave the meeting. This way he'll let us know. And because maybe one of us may have to leave, and we can't leave now because we don't have a quorum. So just be mindful, please, council members, please.
I have a question. Did we request an update from Director Powell?
An update for what?
For History Stadium.
Oh, I thought he was gonna send it to us an email.
No. We're doing an update right now.
I don't think he had it right now, Council President. I think he was gonna send it to us on an email.
I don't think he's still on, Council President.
Yeah. No, I understand that, but I don't understand why it will take something so important. It will take weeks to get a response. Come on. But let's just continue. I'm just frustrated with this administration. Come on.
Council President, I have a suggestion. Item number 53 and 54. You have to recuse yourself from those 2 items. We won't have a quorum.
That's right. That's what they got.
If you're recused from 53 and 54, then there will be no.
Let's handle the other 2 and
47 and 55.
What's that?
Yeah, should I go, reach 47? You're right to do it?
Yeah, just
Council President,
There are 6 people on, so there will be a
are
quorum.
we able to revisit resolution number 46 this evening?
it's not gonna pass, Marge, because you need 6 votes. You need 6 votes.
Thank you.
There are 6 people here, Council, President.
Yeah.
It's Council President, Councilman Gilman, myself, who am I counting? Oh, yeah, Councilman Ruby.
It's May I reach 47, Mr. President?
Ah, man.
47.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 47, resolution to purge property taxes for block 3304, lot 17, also known as 580 East 23rd Street in Paterson, Finance, Resolution 2644.
Move it.
That's Councilman Cotton.
Yes.
I'll second it.
Mims?
Moved by Councilwoman Khan, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call on item number 47 for approval. Okay, Councilman Abdulaziz, are you there?
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Tahari?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? Okay. Councilman Mims?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the vote is 5 in favor, 3 against. The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 47 is hereby adopted.
So let's do number 55 real quick before we get an update from Mr. Powell.
Yes, next item is item number 55, and item number 55 reads resolution authorizing endorsement of 2 NJDEP applications for school-owned property, block 801, lot 6, commonly known as 186-216 Maple Street or Hinchliffe Stadium, and block 801, lot 7, also known as 1-27 Jasper Street, which is the intended site of Senior Public Works Resolution 2652. Your motion, Mr. President?
I made a motion, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, Councilman Mims?
Second.
Second, Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call.
Roll call on item number 55 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Tahari?
Yes.
Councilman Khan?
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Jackson? Councilman Mims?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 3 absent. The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Item number 55 is hereby adopted.
Before we conclude the meeting, because we can continue with the other 2 items.
55.
So Director Powell, could we get an update, whatever you have, on Hinchliffe Stadium?
Well, I wasn't really prepared to give a full update on Hinchliffe, but yeah, things are moving along. We are, in the process of getting approvals. We're having, conversations with the state and going through the approval process with regards to all the investors that are tied to all the different funding sources, and things are moving progressively. Our legislature has also done an incredible amount of work in terms of getting the extension done with regards to the ERG sunset date going to 12/31/23, which we think will be only helpful because of the reality of COVID. And so that's why, little things like tonight are important in terms of, getting a turnaround done or a street vacationing. And when we get things like you not getting it done, it doesn't really help. But, that being said, we're moving forward on all sorts of different fronts in terms of the parking garage approvals, in terms of Argus, as you guys all approved as well, in terms of the quarry lawn, as well as the ATV site. We've got some good news coming soon in terms of the fencing. So all of this stuff is expanding rapidly. That's going to be extremely helpful in terms of the city and in terms of all of these projects, not the least of which is Hinchliffe. So,
Director, question. When do they need to finish this project by?
Well, that's the extension. That's what I was just talking about. So, what's that?
You just gave a date of 2023?
So the legislature passed a law to basically extend the extension or to extend the CO gate for all of the projects until 12/31/23. And we're currently working to get that apprised by and ultimately adopted by the governor, which is very exciting and I think will happen. What's happening also is that they're looking at a whole bunch of other incentives that they're trying to create for the state, and so that's part and parcel of the whole.
Did they secure any financing yet?
Who?
The developers we gave the credits to.
Which ones? We gave credits to a bunch of them.
We're talking about Hinchcliffe right now, per se.
So they have approvals through U.S. Bank, Apple, in terms of Apple computers, in terms of buying the credits, as well as Goldman Sachs in terms of doing the whole deal. And ultimately, they have a whole series of new market tax credits and historic preservation tax credits at the federal level that are tied to the whole project. So,
when can we anticipate? And what is anticipate? When do they plan to break ground and start doing some work in Hinchcliffe Stadium?
Well, I'm hoping that we're going to do it in the early part of the new year, which is tied to maybe Martin Luther King Day or something else that's tied to, when we get these approvals. But I just want to say that, when we can't do a street vacation, which is a pretty basic thing, and it doesn't help us in terms of the broader.
They're right there. The frustration we have here is every time there's something else that we need or they cannot do the project. You're going to tell me that if the front of this Hinchcliffe Stadium was so important, that wouldn't be included from the beginning. Everything is like, if we don't do this grant, if we don't reallocate this grants that were given to us.
We're not reallocating anything.
Hold on, no, we did in the past. Director, we did in the past. We reallocated about $1 million and we were told, you know what, that was part of the deal, we have to give them that. But I didn't know about that deal, right? So we gave them another $1 million. We always gotta give something to them additional. It's like we continue to give, because if we don't give that, they cannot do the project. Ready? Come on. I just wanted to, give us some update, some good news. We just want to hear some good news that the project, is going to start by certain date. That's what we want to hear.
Well, these are tied, the street vacationing is tied to permits. So, by getting the street vacationing, we get access to the sewer and other types of things that are necessary in order to do the project. So when we don't approve them, what happens is we delay things. And when we delay things, that's what happens. So I just want to be clear.
If they need access to do anything there, tell them to come to the council.
Well, that's fine, but that's why we have workshop meetings too, right? I believe all of this was brought up during workshop, right? I don't remember any questions being formulated then with regards to.
Questions come up all the time. Sometimes a council colleague might bring something up that now generates another question for the council members. It happens all the time. Even if I
Call me. I'm available 24/7. That's why I'm here.
All right. So we're done for the meeting.
Council President.
Oh, Councilman Jackson, you're back.
I apologize. My battery died on my device.
Yes.
First of all, it's disappointing with the explanation. There's no other project anywhere in the world that does not have the ability to proceed because of access to sewer and or public utilities.
No one's saying the project can't proceed. That's not what I said.
Why am I being cut off, Council President?
Oh, sorry. I thought it was on mute. I apologize.
So that makes go ahead, Councilman Jackson.
So once again, no project would be stifled with lack of access to public utilities as the poorest excuse to rendering public property that I've heard ever. So that's the first thing. Secondly, more importantly, the director doesn't even take my phone calls. Nevertheless, if this item has been vetted, not just with the first ward council person, who is the voice of the people in that area,
but when was there a community meeting held for those property owners in that area to have this discussion? You know, there's all types of things going on. In fact, there was a large contention from Paterson-based firefighters because there was another project being presented for a large-scale building, multi-level, multi-unit building across the street from there. That's also going to be looking for a variance of parking issues. And when this project gets off the ground and we're putting additional housing units there, and those residents in that area who are going to have to be fighting for parking find themselves faced with a locked fence on a once public street. Anyway, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I think that the council did the responsible thing by at least making the administration, including this director, bring forward some plans that sells the community why we're utilizing the street. But I wanted to make that clear from my perspective and put it on record that was a very poor excuse. And it's just telling the public, it shows a lack of respect to the public, as if we're all idiots, as if we need to be told that, well, it speeds the process up because now we have access to public utilities without coming back. It's a permitting process. So when has permitting been a hindrance to a project's fertility? I don't get it, but I appreciate the moment.
All right, so how many, so could we have a motion to close the meeting?
Well, Council President, we have enough now for the items that we need that you have to recuse yourself from. We have 6 council.
Actually, we don't,
Abdelaziz logged off again?
Councilman Abdelaziz?
He logged off again?
Yeah, he was having some technical difficulties.
I hope that's what it is.
Mr. President, if I may, I take with your permission, 53 and 54, can I add those to the next workshop in December?
Which items again?
53 and those 2 that you have to recuse yourselves from. 53 and 54.
Yeah, we could include them there.
Okay, I just make a note of it. Just wanted your permission.
I thought we voted on 53.
No, those were the 2, 53 and 54, those are the 2 that Council President would have to recuse themselves from both.
Are these grants time sensitive?
Yes, Councilwoman, I think the one, it does require a authorization for the CDBG 2. That's the county one. I think we'll have to check and see if they'll accept a draft form instead of an executed one.
Listen, it'll get done in a few days. We can't do nothing else. We don't have the council members at this time. Could we get a motion to close the meeting?
Move to close.
Moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the regular meeting of November 10, 2020. Councilman Hardy?
I just want to quickly take this time to say thank you again to the clerk's office, the council secretary's office, the IT department, as well as DPW for all the items that we had in the second row that were taken care of. I want to give a shout out to our emergency first responders, the firefighters and police. They had a very, very difficult last couple of weeks, and we appreciate everything they do. I know it's a difficult situation that they're under, especially with the pandemic, but they always go above and beyond. So it's all the departments in the city, including the individuals that are helping us at City Hall. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the family of Gerard Booker, who suddenly passed away yesterday. It was really devastating to, like us, that he's gone. But I just want to give my condolences to the family. I also want to give my condolences to the Scudder family. I had stopped over at the wake. But I just want to say to all those out there who has lost loved ones recently, I would say within the last 6 or 7 months, we know that it's not easy. It's really, really difficult to see what's happening. But just know that there are people in the city, that feels your pain and want to express their condolences to you. I just, want to remind everyone that, I will be doing my Thanksgiving dinner at the Masonic Temple. It will be called the Grab and Go. Councilwoman Mims will be with me. This would be year number 37. In honor of Councilwoman Vera Ames, I just pray that the Lord will keep me here to be able to do some of the things that you have started, that I may continue to do some of the things that you have started. So with that, and also everyone, as you know, Elvis Dorm is getting married Saturday. So let's all give him a congratulations on November the 14th. I believe that's the 14th. So that being said, but to all of you out there, oh, I know what. We was dancing in the street. I had to make sure I show my button with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We were all happy. I want to thank those states that came through, like New Jersey, Michigan, Maine, Vermont, Wisconsin, California. We just want to say thank you. So with that being said, to you all out there, I can't think of anything else that I need to say, but just, I always say, be kind to each other, be kind to one another, help out everyone that you can help out. And it's not easy out here to be here, but there's so many things that we can do. So remember though, I will be having my 37th annual Thanksgiving dinner at Masonic Temple, which will be a grab and go. So if you want to come out and help me and support me, just get in touch with me. With that being said, thank you, Madam Clerk, thank you to the administration, thank you to all my council colleagues. And just remember, if you have to leave the meeting, let Council President know. So this way he can count the numbers to make sure we have enough here. With that being said, Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, before I vote, and through the chair, to the administration, it's very unfortunate, and I know Corporation Council is very difficult to manage and or regulate what people do in their personal time and post on their personal pages, but it's very disappointing to see the racial slurs, or should I just say the derogatory slurs that were made on a city employee's Instagram page. And when you consider that that department has recently seen a rash of racial discriminatory practices, and where a firefighter was targeted and an axe was thrown at his head because of some racial tensions that were building. And now you have a city employee who is who makes a very good living and had the audacity to feel comfortable not just to post on his personal page, because I'm sure he's not a resident of the city, but also to share amongst those who are residents of the city. So I know, and I don't want to make any assumptions, but I will. There was recently a city employee who was fired, which is being speculated that because of his involvement in an election. So I wanted to bring forward on the public forum to talk about my displeasure in issues such as this. This is a very diverse community, and the people who service this community, who work for this city, have to go out and service those diverse members of this community. And when there's personal discriminatory posts that are made, it leaves one to believe what is the overall sentiment or feeling of these people who are tasked to render service, especially emergency aid, to various members of the community who happen to be multiracial, multicultural, and, amongst many other things. So that's a big concern to me. I'm looking forward to finding out exactly what the administration is planning to do to circumvent some of these issues, and especially when around the area of racial discriminatory practices. So I'll let it rest there, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman James?
And so, I just want to give out condolences to Miss Lois, the mother of Gerard Booker, who I've known a good, very, very long time. We were neighbors. She lived up the street from me. We went to East Side together. We served in the band together. And such another tragic loss. Keep in prayer our family and the loss of my brother-in-law who passed away 2 days ago. So keep our family in prayer for that. I want to keep in prayer all of the victims throughout our city that are dealing with shootings, deaths, fires, and so many things that are going on in our community. My prayers go out to you and your families with all of the stuff that's going on, especially in the senseless acts of the shootings and the uptick that's happening even before we get into the Thanksgiving and the Christmas holiday. And so just keep loving on everybody. Life is too short to hold grudges. Just keep unifying yourself with like-minded people and people that will push you forward, because life is short. Life is but a vapor, and you just don't know when it will be your last time. So save your energy on that. My prayers go out to all those people that are dealing with COVID. Remember to continue to practice social distancing, 6 feet, wash your hands, use sanitizers, and please wear your mask. I want to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, which is historic, first female in the history of our country of African American and South Asian descent. I want to congratulate Senator Cory Booker, Congressman Bill Pascrell, our freeholders, TJ Best and Bruce James. The second, third ward, and the school board races are not final yet. So once those numbers are finalized, I believe per the governor's orders, we have until November the 19th for certification. So possibly by Monday, we will have some level of finality to the numbers, but there's still thousands of votes that are counted. So we have people that are waiting on numbers. So you're all winners in my book. I just pray for you as you wait for the finality of the numbers. That's it, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So, to all the residents, once again, I want to apologize for all the back and forth that took place in tonight's meeting. I also want to let you know that although you see us oftentimes, complain about the administration, we do work with the administration, believe it or not. But we are very critical, you hold us accountable, and we are your voice. So we try to relate that to the administration that we have to do better as a city to improve services and quality of life. At this time, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 5 in favor, 3 absent. Let the record reflect the third vote is vacant. Therefore, the regular meeting of November 10, 2020 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much.
Everyone, good night.
Everyone be safe.